we're going to be going ahead and checking out Prison Architect. We're not checking out Prison Architect because that game's been sadly basically abandoned. We're going to be checking out Hotel Architect, which we have people stay willingly in, as opposed to incarceration in. The audio is still a little bit loud, so let me go ahead and adjust that again. But Hotel Architect is a tycoon game where you make hotels. It does have like a sandbox mode and all that kind of good stuff. It is in early access. We're at 0.9 or whatever. We played once way back when it very first dropped in early access. Let's see. English Australian is more swear words and trims on the Barbie. There's apparently an add-ons thing. Oh. Okay, we can apparently add holiday stuff. Sure, why not? It looks like it just adds it. They're not like required or whatever, so why not? But one thing I like to do when we pop into a game, especially if it's been a long time, just check for accessibility stuff and all that stuff. So we got render scale. I don't believe that's UI scale. I believe the render scale is so you can like up and like you can set your resolution lower and then like upscale stuff to a higher resolution for frames per second stuff. Not a whole lot of stuff here. You can turn down your effects. That'll probably affect motion sickness. They do a good job of separating out all the audio channels here, which is nice. You can change your controls and all that, and then you can change language. So not a whole lot there. So we do have character creation. Oh. This is not what I was expecting. Okay. So if you wanted, so say like we wanted to go in here and be like, 2, that I could actually go in here and make Tomb as a character to, I guess, show up in my game. I thought that was character creation making like my person running the organization. Oh, right.
Ahoy there! So, you want to try your luck in the hotel business? Say no more. My name is Anna, a self-proclaimed hotel guru and business coach, and I'm here to assist you in achieving your ambitious goals. Let me start by welcoming you to the Swedish West Coast. The area is brimming with backpackers and sporties, making these guest types your top priority. Since this is your very first hotel, I will guide you through the basics before presenting you with the main objectives. Let me know when you're ready to begin.
Did I misremember? Is there not a sandbox mode? Because it just new game kicked us right in here. That's right, but it was the early access or demo version. I don't think the game saved was the limitation. You could play for hours and go through a bunch of scenarios, but like it didn't save. I think that was a limitation. But either way, we're sorry. That was the demo. The early access version, you can just keep playing. We're in the early access version. Okay.
Psst, I'm over here now. Click on my chat bubble to begin.
All right. World map. Gotcha. Gotcha. So this is what we got going on. So you've got your different areas. And I want to say in the demo, I want to say Santorini was the last one. It was like there's only like 4 maps. And then there's a new sandbox. Okay, I was just curious. Regardless, we're going to hop back in.
Psst, I'm over here now. Click on my chat bubble to begin. Let's start by learning how to navigate your hotel. Try moving the camera to explore the location.
Okay.
Well done. Now try rotating the camera.
Okay.
Lastly, you can also zoom in and out. Give it a try. Great job. I think you now know how to move around. As you may have noticed, there is a lack of bedrooms in this hotel. So let's start by building a brand new one.
Is there a lack of bedrooms? Oh, I guess there is. Yep.
To create a new structure, you need to build a foundation. Click on the highlighted icon at the bottom of your screen and drag out a foundation in the marked area.
Okay.
Perfect. Now we want to split the room into two. Let's drag out some inner walls. Well done. Let's make sure people can access the new rooms by adding doors. Place 2 singular doors of your choosing on the highlighted areas.
All right.
Nice! You may be wondering why your new masterpiece is glowing blue. Well, that's because the structure is still a blueprint awaiting construction. Time to call some workers to carry out your plans.
Okay.
To call in construction workers, click on the highlighted icon at the bottom left and choose a group size. Bigger groups are more expensive, but get the work done faster. For this amount of work, I would suggest calling the medium-sized group. Good choice.
All right.
Shortly after you call in construction workers, they'll arrive in a vehicle just outside of your hotel.
Yeah, no, I remembered I liked one of the things about this game is you could plan out all your stuff and be like, okay, now get the people in here and get to work.
For as long as you have unfinished construction tasks on the property, the workers will automatically fetch material from the truck and, task by task, finish all of the work.
But yeah, so I liked that because with a lot of games when they start building stuff, you run into the problem with like Oxygen Not Included where people would trap themselves in all sorts of stuff and get in trouble. But with this whole kind of thing in advance, you can plan the whole thing out and then it'll just kind of path and sort it out as they go. Okay. But yeah, so I remember when we did the demo, I was like, no, I'm keeping my money, and I hired the lowest number of workers possible, which is fine. It did, I think it gives you 2 or 3. I think it's 3. And it worked fine, but there's definitely, like, me being just cheap and all that. But this game does have kind of a cool setup where you get your valid hotel room, and you kind of go through cycles where it's like, okay, the guest of this type has certain things they want. And then as you like start going for more stars, those guests then increase their demands appropriate for where they are. And so different locations, like this one, has the hikers and all that.
Awesome! The structure is complete. But did you notice your workers spent valuable time moving to and from their trucks to fetch materials? I have a solution to that.
But it is one of those things that like some maps will have a lot of just earlier ones, and some will have more of a breadth of people, and you'll have to manage more.
To make the construction process more efficient, you can place out material sites near your blueprint. This will reduce the travel distance needed to fetch new materials. So, before continuing with the bedroom, let's place some materials. Excellent! The next step is to customize the floor and walls of the new rooms. Choose your preferred surface materials and place them in the highlighted areas.
Does shift click? Alright. Oh, here we go. Paint, so we can do our walls. Yeah, so there's like a diamond rating, which is like how much people like it and all that. So we're definitely going to go ahead and put our hikers in stone walls. You're lucky I don't have stone brick floor. And cobblestone floor. Unfinished.
Ah, nice. The rooms are now far more interesting.
Okay.
Now it's time to actually designate your new rooms as bedrooms. This is called zoning. By zoning an area, you unlock zone-specific functionality and items. Zoning also helps guests and staff to know what kind of activities are to be expected in certain areas. Let's zone your newly built rooms into bedroom zones. Well done! However, the red warning icon pulsating above the bedrooms is indicating the zone is lacking required items. Select the bedroom zone, click on the floor, to see exactly what's lacking.
Ah, yeah, good pulsating
The highlighted
icon.
section to the right shows which required items are missing. Click on the section or the items button to open the items menu.
I do like a lot of games that, and this is one that a lot of the 2-point games do as well, is you'll like say, okay, this room's whatever. And it'll be like, okay, here's the subset of materials for that room. And usually they'll let you put stuff in that is not part of that subset so you can still customize. But one of the things you run into, which is actually something I've run into with Terraria recently, is when you start getting a bunch of stuff in your, like, in the printer thing, it becomes very tedious to find it if you don't happen to know the exact name for search. I also appreciate when they let you just...
This menu shows you all the items available to buy. You can sort and filter items using the buttons above the list, or by clicking on a zone within your hotel. Try buying and placing the missing items in your bedrooms now.
So I do appreciate you can just click on it, and it takes you right to it. And it highlights what you need. Because it's not that you, like, won't understand it. It's just that it's much easier... Like, you're going to be building a lot of rooms. So you click on it, it takes you right and be like, here's the 3 or 4 you probably care about the most, and then you can add all the accoutrements on your own. You don't need to, like, fuss with the UI.
Hey, you have construction workers hanging around, not working. At times like this, when you don't have any work for them, they will just stroll around, costing you money. Send them home immediately.
Oh, construction workers.
That's better. Only call in construction workers when you really need them. As you may have noticed, beds are delivered without sheets and towel holders without towels. Trust me, this is something you want to take care of quickly if you want to keep your guests happy. To deliver fresh sheets and towels to your guests, you need to set up a proper laundry chain. For this, you need a laundry room and cleaners. Therefore, it is now time to hire your first staff member.
And one thing with this, once you get past the earlier tutorial part, there won't be as much tutorial. Like, we'll get into a new area and be like, hey, here's the new person. Here's the 2 or 3 things that they need that's special. You know, go about your way. But, you know, very first tutorial one, they're going to handhold you pretty hard.
Follow the highlighted windows to inspect your prospecting candidates. All candidates have a certain experience level and unique attributes that will affect the quality of their work. Hire a cleaner of your choosing.
Okay, so we're looking for cleaners. So we got Grace Fuller, who is a perfectionist who seldom makes mistakes but works slower. She is a sheets champion, make beds faster than other cleaners. She has 0 experience. We've got Aisha Spruce, who is a perfectionist as well. And all 3 of them are perfectionists. We're just getting a perfectionist. Alright, so Samantha Fresh, who is an introvert, so loses extra energy when performing tasks containing guest interactions. Solitary work does not cost as much. Okay, well, you're going to be just, you know, chilling, cleaning rooms. So you don't have to interact with the guests.
There you go. Cleaners work all over your hotel, so there's no need to assign them to any particular zone. Besides doing laundry, cleaners make sure to help keep rooms, floors, and items clean.
Hotel rooms within windows? Do you mean without windows? I mean, I'd be more concerned the fact that they're stone block and cobblestone.
As with all staff, when cleaners complete a task, they will receive experience points, XP, that add up to reaching higher skill levels. High-level staff generally perform better and are more appreciated among guests. Low-skilled staff, although sometimes necessary, may cause havoc. Another important part of your staff is the maintenance personnel. They will help you repair and maintain items and water your plants. Hire one of the maintenance candidates.
Why am I suddenly feeling like there was Twitch integration at some point? I don't think there is. I think that was something that got asked about. Like, have the staff named after people. I'll probably not do that this stream because we already have the pin thing on there. But, it is thing. Okay, so we got James Knob Turner, who has a bright outlook, extra receptive to events that increase mood, and they're a caffeine addict. They'll work fast, but become sluggish when forced to work without continuous caffeine boosts. We have Amelia Wrenchwell, who is energetic, so works more quickly, but needs more breaks. Show off, juggles and does tricks guests may find impressive, but tasks may take longer to complete. And they have Jonah the Plumber, who is also a show off and a nerd, who may gain experience points when completing tasks. Joanna the Plumber is who I think we're going to go with, mostly because of the purple hair.
Good choice. While you're at it, you're also going to need a receptionist. Receptionists handle guest bookings and complaints.
Okay, so receptionist. We have Alexandra Stapler, who has a bad temper that when failing a task or receiving a scolding, this person may throw an outburst, lowering surrounding people's mood. We've already seen energetic. They are an extrovert, so tasks containing guest interactions do not cost as much energy as normal, but solitary work drains them. We have one here that is positive, resilient against circumstances that might lower their mood. Dense, does not learn from mistakes, may gain fewer experience points than normal. I'm going to go with the extrovert since this is our receptionist. So is going to absolutely be interacting with people and also has pink hair.
Excellent. Rooms will be available for booking once you have established a functioning reception zone with an assigned receptionist. This means you will soon notice guests arriving to your hotel. Ta-da! You've just landed your first guest booking and earned your very first reward. Exciting times are afoot.
What guest? No one's here.
Since we're on the topic of rewards, why not check out all of the objectives and fabulous rewards this location has to offer? Here you have an overview of all objectives available in this scenario. Bonus objectives are not mandatory to complete the mission, but they come with great rewards that may benefit you in the future.
I mean, an 85-inch TV definitely seems like something we have to have. Oh, we gotta get a suntan somehow. Meanwhile, we got... a machine. Yeah, we got the Whack-a-Stub. Cannot place this item here. Well, I have no idea.
Now back to focusing on your hotel. As guests have started to arrive, we should make sure to offer activities they will enjoy. Different guest types enjoy different activities and items. In Gothenburg, we specifically aim to please backpackers and sporties. Let's buy a Whack-a-Stub machine, as backpackers really love these. I also recommend buying a boxing machine to please your sporties. Place these items in the reception.
Okay, it very well could have been that maybe I just didn't have access to them. Yeah, so I just didn't have access to them at that point. The tutorial was kind of keeping us where it needed us. Alright. And I want to kind of get rid of that stack of supplies. Alright. Bear with hand holding first.
Awesome.
Yep.
Now let's move over to a crucial part of most hotels, the restaurant. As you can see, your hotel has a restaurant zone already, but to serve food, you will need to prepare it in a kitchen. Let's create a kitchen right next to the restaurant. Start by moving the sofa that blocks the room entrance. Press and hold to lift it up, then click again to drop it. Nice! You can pick up and move any character in the same way, but be warned, some of them won't appreciate being tossed around all the time. Make sure you have enough space for all kitchen items. We can do that by demolishing that inner wall to create one big room.
I'm bothered by the fabric sofa in our kitchen.
Great. Let's wait for your construction workers to finish the demolition.
The idea of, like, in your kitchen where you're gonna have, like, grease and water and oil and all sorts of, you know, stuff out and about and everything, and then just having loose fabric in there just kind of is like, okay, that's gonna
more
get
like
gross.
Let's zone a kitchen in your new, spacious area. Next, you need to compose a dinner menu for the restaurant. Open the dinner menu by selecting the restaurant zone and following the window on the right.
I forgot about this.
This is your dinner menu. Here you choose which dishes are available for guests to order. Different guest types prefer different dishes, and their overall opinion of your menu will be displayed to the right. Since backpackers and sporties are common in this location, let's choose pea soup as your first dish. Good value and healthy.
Yep.
Spot on. To the left of the menu, you can see which items are needed within the linked kitchen to be able to prepare all of the dishes on the menu. Now, close the menu and install required items in the kitchen.
I'm just gonna say, that is a $150 pea soup. I don't know what budget they think the backpackers have, but I will assure you, $150 pea soup might not meet that budget. Yeah, once we get past the tutorial, it won't be nearly as, like, put the things where we tell them. That pea soup better do your laundry. So, if you are what you eat, and you eat the pea soup, you are the pea soup, and therefore when you do the laundry, the pea soup is doing the laundry. So technically it is. Through transitive property. Hey, I'm quiet. Thanks so much for the 3 stream streak. Oh, there was a stream streak I missed earlier, but thanks so much for the stream streak. And thank you, Nate, also for the stream streak as well. Another 3 stream streak. And all that stuff. You're like, I want a far more direct and non-transitive property type of do my laundry. That's what I want automation to do. I want automation to do my dishes and my laundry. Yes, I know there's no such thing as washing machine and laundry machines and dryer, but I mean the putting it in there, the taking it out, and shelving it, as well as folding when appropriate. Oh, that's my maintenance person, not the construction. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you standing around? Okay. But yeah, so we're just gonna go show me how to set up a kitchen. Yeah, but what I was saying I forgot is I forgot this game, you make your menu
Nice.
first.
Now you just need to hire a chef and a waiter to prepare and serve the dishes. You know what to do.
What if I don't know what to do? What if I am overwhelmed? Chopping champion. Chop stuff extremely fast. Sea lover. This chef has a high probability of creating exquisite dishes when the key ingredient is seafood. They're also sensitive, so they're extra receptive to anything that affects the mood. They're also a creative chef, which makes innovative and experimental touches to the dish. Tends to either create top dishes or pure garbage. We have a perfectionist who's positive and an introvert. I think I'm going to go with the introvert on this one as well. You're just going to be in the kitchen, ignoring the people outside, which is perfect. Alright, so we got the waiter. Joseph Order Taker, who is a perfectionist with a bad temper. We have Gabriel Mielsen, who is a shouter, talks so loud that it affects the noise level negatively in the surrounding area. And Lydia Servemore, who has a memory master who has memorized the guest list, leading to much faster greeting in the restaurant reception, and is a bar lover, and will frequently visit the bar during breaks.
Lovely. I'm sure your restaurant will turn out great. Now, you're probably getting sick of me, but don't worry. I'll soon leave you to let you run wild. But before doing so, I must show you cool ways to expand your business. Ready to level up?
No.
I think your building needs a whole new floor. The first step would be to build a staircase.
So, we're going to make the least safe stairs possible by doing floating stairs. That way you can get your ankle in under there and just torque your ankle.
Okay, as the staircase is on its way, let's move. Excellent. Adding new floors is a great way to expand your hotel without increasing its footprint. This enables you to add more space to accommodate more guests in other zones. Drag out a foundation in the marked area.
Oh no, it's build, foundation.
Due to planning permissions, we're only able to build 2 floors at this location. But I assure you, future locations will allow you to build higher, much higher, to the height of skyscrapers.
All I can think is, Jamie was a bullfrog. Ba-da-na. Okay.
And just like that, I would say you have now grasped the basics of becoming a successful hotel entrepreneur. And my work here is done. However, don't worry, I may check in once in a while to see how you're doing. Pardon the pun. Oh, before I go, I'd like to mention that you now have access to the following menus. Take a moment to explore these features. They'll be essential on your journey.
You have access to the following menus, and then you proceed to not tell me what the following menus are. That should probably, where did that reference come from? It's a song. What is it, something to the world. Man. It has been a while, I haven't heard that in forever. Well, yeah, joy to the world. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. The following menus. I would expect it here to tell me the names of those menus. I see that they're down here, but it's weird for her to be like, the following menus, and then kind of not say something about them.
Now I'll leave you with the objectives needed to complete the scenario. Good luck!
Okay. So you got skill training. You need a skill training desk in a staff room to send them to training. Okay, so I can't do that until I have that. We can take a loan. We can check our cash flow, which we actually have nice diagrams that give us good things. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things like, okay. Yeah, the song is Joy to the World. And nobody likes our place yet because we're brand new. We have upgrades. So we can spend upgrade points to improve our various things around the place. Age Manipulator allows you to inject or extract youth from your staff, directly adjusting how close they are to retirement. Excuse me? What? Kevin, you've been here too long, man. We're taking those last 5 years. Employer branding unlocks additional candidates. You just bought this 2 days ago and you haven't played it yet. What? Yeah. Everything else has been like all cozy. You're like, oh yeah, we're going to be going ahead and taking care of backpackers. And then immediately, well, unlocks an additional drink stop. Okay. Yeah, so we just have a lot of stuff we can unlock. So we need to research 3 upgrades. So we're gonna get 1 more round, 1 more round, and 1 more round. Moosehead, get 3 upgrades. So we're all in on the drinks. Have your guests complete at least 10 gym workouts, build at least 6 bedrooms, have your first sporty guest check in. So we've got our people working down up here. So the thing we'll want to do is while they're planning that, is I will want more foundation. So how big did they have our foundations downstairs? They made them 2 by 4.
Look what we have here. Your very first critic is about to check in.
No.
Critics are very important to please, as they determine your star level. When visiting your hotel, critics engage in activities similar to those of regular guests, but are also granted access to areas typically reserved for staff. Compared to regular guests, critics will document everything carefully and leave you with a more detailed review.
Hey, the Ints. For those who don't know, the Int's absolutely fantastic. I've been playing some Coral Island recently, so if you like Coral Island, you can find it over there. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. Understands English, but does stream in German and all that. So just to be aware. But fun times over there. If you're looking for Coral Island, good times.
Ah. Quoi?
Okay, so I was curious if I can go to
Sabada?
my guest and see more. Wants to simulate some wood chopping. Oh, that's Whack-a-Stub. Okay, it's like, you want to do what now?
Sa.
So those rooms have their own bathroom versus these two have their shared bathrooms. So let's go ahead and get more foundation. So this is a common middle space. I don't think we make the rooms gargantuan. Let's do it. You have no premise on how big things should be, so I'll put you here. So you're gonna have these. That seems like a mistake. Can I grab here and shift place you? No, control place you? There you go. Better sure you make you have ADA compliant doors. Because it really repeatedly repeats exactly what I did. That seems like a mistake. Yep. Okay, so you're 4x2. 4x2. Okay, so go ahead and get that all moved around. Let's get them out of here and get a bigger group. You got me to drop $10 on this? You're gonna make a believable hotel? Alright, so we need doors. And I'm going to go ahead and grab this, make a separation, put it there, put it there, go here, doors. We've got that. So we will have like a little bit of a bedroom here, and then the bathroom. We're gonna let that run for a minute. Having guest food recreation on the ground floor and guest rooms on the upper. Yeah, that's not common. You have a lot of multiple though. Been pretty solid from the start. Yeah. You watched Treacle play this yesterday and couldn't help but buy it. Yeah, no, we played the demo. I think it was like Steam Next Fest like 2 years ago. I don't remember when it was. It was a while back. And we had fun. And if I remember correctly from the demo, the gimmick was you couldn't save. Like, they had a lot of the game available, but you couldn't save, or there was a playtime limit or something. I can't remember what the demo limitation was. But I remember, we got through this level, and there's at least 1 or 2 levels after that before you you couldn't really push farther than that. Now, just as a reminder, just because I'm going to try and stay on top of it a little bit, we are being sponsored this month by Opera GX, so you probably noticed the thing up here above me, as well as pinned into chat. Basically, Opera GX is a browser. It's one of the newer ones. It's kind of come out recently. I switched to it about a year-ish ago. I was getting kind of annoyed with stuff that Edge was doing and Chrome was doing. And the big things that Opera GX does is you can do stuff like limit how much CPU and RAM it does when you're uses when you're playing games. You don't run into that problem where Chrome just gobbles up like 12 gigs of RAM trying to keep one video open. You don't run into stuff like where some page has some JavaScript that's running that's just eating up all your CPU or whatever. So it helps you get around that. It's got a built-in VPN. It's got built-in ad blocker. It actually has like built-in like Discord. You can just like click and have Discord show up. It'll even have it has like a Twitch pane, so you can actually sit there and see who is online, and then click on. It'll take you to their respective channels and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of really slick stuff in it and all that. You can do tons and tons of customization with sounds and backgrounds and all sorts of things. For the record, with them sponsoring them, clicking on the link and, you know, downloading it, all that does help me. They do give kickbacks for the people signing up and all that kind of stuff, so it is very appreciated. I do understand not everyone, you know, not everyone likes sponsorship stuff going on, but it really does help pay the bills and all that kind of stuff. So it's much appreciated. But it is the browser I've been using for, like I said, a little bit over a year now. I was getting frustrated. I think Ultrasource had, I think it was around the time, had their had a sponsorship there, and I'm like, you know what, I've heard about this thing, I'll give it a shot. As you're planning to go look at it, you have an older CPU, and Brave tends to be CPU hungry. Yeah. Now, if you do click to download it from the thing in chat, or you'll see it posted like once every half hour. If you click that, it will, you know, give me credit for you downloading it, and that does very genuinely, it gives me a kickback and everything, to be fully transparent. It is much appreciated. Most of the sponsorships I do are just games, like a game like this. I'm not, for the record, not sponsored for this. I'm pretty sure they gave me the key. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they gave me the key, yeah. So, they gave me the key a long while back when it first went to early access. But not sponsored. So I'm not being paid to play this or anything like that. Versus, like, these are the kinds of things I would normally take on as a sponsorship, is like, they'd be like, hey, we got this game coming out. It's vaguely in the area of the type of games you play anyways. You know, cool. Who are you? Oh, they're delivering food for the kitchen. So meanwhile, I got our people operating down there. So our critic is still here.
Oh, sorry. Woohoo!
We'll see how that all goes. You've enjoyed this game? Yeah, no, I remember enjoying it a lot when I played it in its demo version and all that. This is the first I played since like the early access drop. And then thank you for the 5 gifty subs, the Jaywalker. I do really appreciate that. Thank you so much for that support. It all helps, and I appreciate that a great deal. Okay. So I probably could have queued them up to have more of them doing stuff. So curiosity here is... So we've got that there. And you here. And you there. Did not... I guess those don't count as a bedroom or a No, that's valid. Okay, cool. I misread it as saying I was going to need 4 things there. So meanwhile, we can go in there. So we've got our bathroom's initial setup. And these ones will make less cursed. Alright, so we got backpackers here, so we're trying to... Here, we'll do the stone floors. We can go to the walls. Little happy, like, face things. How would that look? Okay. I was not expecting that to ripple. Gonna be real, I didn't realize the paint job was put in there. Oh no, okay. Okay, that's blueprint stuff. Oh, that's much better. I was like, hang on, I don't want this to ripple. Okay, so you need a bed, a dresser, a towel thing, okay, we've got that. And for the floors, got basic just wood floors. Just the happy stars amuses me greatly. We'll do the bamboo. And go to the floors here. Okay, so that'll get us our 6 bedrooms built. We'll have that common space. It wants us to get a sporty resident in. But it says they also need a gym. So we can go ahead and plan for the rooms to be up here. We can put the gym to be centralized up here. So let's go look at our room designation. So for the gym, I kind of wish I could highlight that and be like, you need to be a 4x4 space or whatever the rules are about the gym. We'll start with a 4x4 space here. There's a big archway entrance. Stone on half the floor? Yeah, no, I fixed it, that I accidentally placed it wrong. A little bit of a weird look with the stone floor and just like the gradient wallpaper, but eh. Now, I do see if you queue up everything, you run into the same problem you do with a lot of these games. If you queue up too many tasks, you'll notice they're not working on getting one thing done, they're kind of bouncing all over the place.
There you go. Perhaps not the best, but I can assure you I have seen worse critic reviews.
Okay, so we got a 1-star review. The sleep quality was okay, the toilet quality was okay, the body wash quality was okay, the seating quality was okay, the bedroom quality was a little poor, the attractiveness of the establishment was okay, the cleanliness and temperature was great, entertainment was okay, refreshments were okay, restaurant was okay, and the gym was terrible because it doesn't exist. It does kind of screw you when the thing doesn't exist. One more round. Wifey. No, hi, Sleepy. I'm husband.
It's not my name.
No.
It's my state of being.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's core to who I am.
Yep. Well, you sleep well.
You sleep well.
Mm-hmm. I love you.
I love you more.
Try not to freeze to death.
I don't promise that.
Mm-hmm.
I love you.
Love. Alright, special bedroom amenities. Unlock special bedroom amenities such as mini bar, safe, and ironing board. Okay. So in here, just in the gym have like just grass, stone floor. Oh, there is actual AstroTurf in the game that you can get yourself. Ah, a carpeted gym, just so it could soak up all that sweat. Mmm. Nice sweat-soaked gym. Okay, so let's designate as a gym and see what it says. Ugh. Okay. So we require some items. So the rowing machine, interestingly, gives us... Excuse me, everyone after me will know my scent. My legacy is secured. Alright, so we've got that. We got dumbbells, we got exercise balls. Got a thing of the dumbbells. And because we're not monsters, you can have a watering, sink. It'll even add in a barbell set. Wasn't even strictly required either. Okay, so with that, we will have people who can go in the gym and all that. Let's go ahead and fast forward time. Because I just need these workers to get the projects done. So it's also one of those games that you consider and just advance to next place, or you can just stay in one place and like continue to work through all your bonus objectives. We'll see what the bonus objective looks like to make that decision. The backpacker walked into the not finished gym and was like, I can't find anything to do here. Just the whole side window. Don't worry. Excellent privacy in this hotel. Just full bay windows leading directly into your bedroom. Sorry, curtains are not something we offer here. You can have a lovely view of those houses across the way, just as they have a lovely view of you. I'm also amused, like, this is supposed to be, I forget where they said. Can you do interior windows? Probably. Yup. Just the cursed little, like, peep window in the bathroom. Just, you walk into a hotel room and you see a little window over your bed, right over the toilet, and you're like, nope, I'm not staying here. Nope, can't pay me. I am out. Into the hall, too. We'll wait to see if we get penalized for this. I like how we're wallpapering the window. It's fine. So it definitely doesn't feel like money is much of an object yet in this level. Granted, my cash flow is negative $21,000, but I think that includes my capital investment of all of this going on. Just so you're aware, you were standing on a glass floor in the ballroom below, could see up. Oh. That's from something. There's been cursed things, like, I've seen the glass staircase, like the floating stairs at places, and you're like, oh, that's not okay. You're like, either someone thought about this and it was an awful person, or someone didn't think about this and really should have. I don't know why that didn't get all that done. Paint, walls. Okay, so with that, we can go ahead here.
Looks like you're starting to run low on cash. No worries. You can always use your cash credit or grab a loan from the bank. As long as your assets are greater than your debt, you won't get into trouble.
All I hear is you trying to prevent me from doing things. Okay. So we're not going to take the loan, but we are going to stop building for a moment. The goal here was to expand. And the game did warn me that I'm apparently short on cleaners. Alright. You being here is expensive, aren't you? You know what? Get out of here for right now. We'll build more later when I'm not almost broke. Meanwhile, staff. It said we need a second cleaner. So we have Mary Polishoff, who is a nerd who gains extra experience from cleaning tasks, and a thief who can't resist sneaking a peek into Get's suitcase and sometimes borrowing things. She championed and all that. A slacker. Slow worker. So I'm definitely hiring the thief. Welcome. You're gonna help our reputation here. We'll get a little bit more speed going on. Yeah, so you're gonna want to add drinks to the to the menu. Oh, the supply is low? Oh, you are actively working on the supply. That's fine. Oh, we get $3 from her doing that. So her playing that machine, she does like a round for $3 each. Hey, I just need you to play that arcade machine enough to pay my entire staff, if you don't mind. That'd be much appreciated. Okay. Ah, I see. You're complaining because you specifically want a yoga mat. Okay, small crew of workers are gonna stay here. Can't you go have pea soup like 150 times? For 50 times the price? Are you getting the pea soup? You should get the pea soup. It's literally all we have on the menu. So we got Swedish meatballs as a new recipe, and a singing cod for watering plants. So I did notice we got a worse review, but I think she gave us money. That the staff member who steals stuff, stole money and it gave it to us, which is definitely how that works. So I am very pleased with the hiring of a criminal. An active criminal, not a past tense criminal. Actively stealing from our guests. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, that blue is just bothering my eyes too much. Hey, Avic, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. Well, welcome in, raiders. Where am I trying to find things? But, all that stuff. For those who don't know Avic, absolutely fantastic. Playing some dwarves, glory, death, and loot. So I hope you had a good time with that and all that stuff. We're playing some hotel architect. So, you know, hotel game kind of thing. Making those bathrooms less awful. Alright. But yeah, so it's just a hotel tycoon game and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, if you like automation games, a bunch of that stuff, you can find it all there with Avic. Definitely good times and all that stuff. But thank you again so much for the raid, and I really do appreciate it. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for playing Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count ever streamed. That said, I don't actually play that much Project Zomboid these days. But I play lots of like city builders, settlement builders, tycoons, automation, simulation, the occasional like slice of life sim, a whole wide range of games. Today we spent the first half of stream. I was playing OpenTTD, which is a very old game by the developers of Roller Coaster Tycoon and all that, where you run a bunch of logistics. So I've been doing that for like the last 2 days. And then we switched over to Hotel Architect, which just had a major update this past week. A bit of theme hospital vibe visually. Yeah, so it's you run a hotel and they have like the different guests and they have like their whole stuff going on. We are very early game because we did just start this. As a result of that, we are in tutorial land. You didn't know that about Product Zomboid? That's awesome. Yeah, no, I used to hold the record. It was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on sweaty tryhard settings. But that is past tense. That I held that record for a while, and then eventually Mr. Lamprey beat my record. And then Mr. Lamprey held the record till I think it was about a month ago, maybe a little longer now, that finally someone did break 1 million kills. So needless to say, the record has gone up exponentially over the years. But yeah. So we are working on building all this out, making room for more guests. But it's kind of one of these games where they do have a sandbox mode. Right now we're playing in the story mode because it's going to introduce everything. Okay. Well, we're slowly just having the place built for us. And I'm trying to not overspend too much. The last time we had a review, we got 1-star review from our critic. Mostly because she was like, the quality of your gym is 0 because it doesn't exist, which kind of hurt my reviews a little bit. But this does have the idea that like you set up in the story, you go from different places, and it'll be like, okay, well, this place has lots of hikers and sporties. Okay, this one has posh people. Okay, this one has, you know, tourists or whatever, the different things, and they'll have different things they want, different accommodations they expect. So it does have that gradual escalation. You know, like all good Tycoon games have. Tough but fair review. It was fair. They were accurate in their review, saying my gym got 0 stars for not existing. I do think that was a fair criticism of the state of my gym. Alright, I accidentally spent too much money. I have $0 and I'm a bit in the negatives. I do actually appreciate that this isn't it isn't like some of these games where you just like stamp out your buildings and they just appear. I do like you have workers to go around. So I've got the smallest worker crew I can, you know, have working. Just that way they're not bankrupting me that badly. It's gonna take them time to get work done. That's okay. But it's alright. We've got our strategy for making money. And that strategy is the only meal item we have on our menu is pea soup. And we charge $150 a serving for it. So, you know, we've got our strategy. You think you're coming in and getting a nice discount room, but then you're a captive audience to getting the local soup. For the record, I didn't set the price. That is just the price. Inflation got pretty bad in this town. That you're, you know, let's be fair, you're like 50 cents to $1 a canned pea soup is being sold at $150 because someone else warmed it up for you. I'm sure if we go in the kitchen, it'll be like all fancy that. No, it's. I guess it's literally just they take the peas and they make it, but whichever. Oh, and we also hired a maid who steals from the guests. You made $20, or you paid $20 for a boiled egg and a few pieces of potato last week. Yeah, I've definitely gone to where you're in the touristy place and you pay and you're like, this is a croissant. Why did it cost me $15? You're gonna get a lot of people peased for that price. Yep, the best kind of maid. The best part is she steals stuff and it gives it to us money-wise. She doesn't pocket it. and keep it for herself. She gives it to us. So that's certainly something. She's just here for the thrill of the theft. I know you lost audio. I'm trying to snooze the next ad break for as long as it'll let me. Which isn't super long, but it's not nothing. But kick that down the road 15, 20 minutes. Yeah. She just likes the thrill of the theft. That adrenaline rush of rifling through someone else's things and potentially getting caught. But you know, she doesn't want to get in trouble for it, so she just gives it to the hotel. I'm going to need them to eat a lot of pea soup here in the immediate future. So, we definitely expanded too aggressively. So we spent all our money. They did tell us that you're not in trouble unless you borrow more money than the value of your property. Like at that point, you're done. But like, the idea is you can keep taking a loan as long as you've got, you know, something to put it against. I remember when we played the demo, the game could be difficult, but it's not one of those games it's like you just brutally have to struggle for every inch. Okay, so now our gym is technically going to be at least acceptable. Oh, look, our first sporty, who did not come into the hotel. Let's see, side note, toilet being the outside wall is a problem. You get lost on these types of games. But the game called Astronauts, you designed a passage linear that the cabinet was in the toilet. We got fake grass for reaching a backpack review of 65%. It just always wanted you to start slow. Yeah, no, most of these games, they don't want you to like immediately ramp up. All right, so good news is we just had a bunch of people check out and got paid. So now let's get back over here. And we'll keep up the style I've been doing. So 250, 500. That's $1,000 to paint all that. And now I'll go ahead and get the walls to match the other rooms. We'll do the thin stone block wherever it got away to. Alright. Where did I see that? There you are. And later on, I didn't even check the price. Later on, we'll actually run into where we'll need to like have different style rooms for different people. So you have like your room for your foodies, your room for your hikers, your room for whoever else. Okay, and we were doing the orangish redwood. Okay, and we'll leave it at that. $600 for bathroom tile per bathroom. Yep. I mean, we're doing some fancy walls. Alright, but as soon as we get those done, we'll be able to bring in more guests. And I believe what people want in the rooms will vary based on the guest type. I wonder where we could see our reviews. Cash flow. Advanced rating. Okay. We got 61 rating. Because one was bad customer service, the other was there's no body wash, and there's no bathroom. They're kind of all over the place, honestly. That's fine. Yay, so I got access to the gym. Because that'll be another thing we'll unlock Yeah, so it seems like the hikers just want to use the yoga mats. So I bought all the other stuff thinking it was going to help, and none of the hikers want to use it. The hikers are like, dumbbells. Worst gym ever. Gonna blog about it. Okay. The blogging about it's not a comment about hikers, just so much as the thing. All the money just flies out of our pockets, pretty much. Pretty much. Money arrives and it is immediately spent. We are investing all of our profit, all of our revenue into capital expenses so that we can continue to accelerate the rate of what we make money. But now we're having the very small work crew, so we're going to have to pay nearly as much for the labor. And we're gladly getting $3 every time they play the Chop Wood, the Whack-a-Stump machine. Oh yeah, buy that pea soup.
Asibab! Sabah!
Okay, you are starting to get mad. Because of that, and they're leveling up. Okay, so got a little bit more money there. So what's going to end up needing to happen is we're going to zone. You'll be a toilet. You'll be a toilet. You'll be a toilet. You'll be a toilet. You'll be guest rooms. You'll be guest rooms. I don't have the furniture yet, but we'll get that all sorted one room at a time. We can start with you. So you're going to get yourself a little toilet tucked up against the wall there. And then we're going to give you a sink tucked over there. And that's our money for now. Is it community showers? There is a community shower here. Or thing. It's still early access. It's pretty far along early access. It's like version 0.9 or whatever. So let's see. You cost 700. So 1,300 total. About $1,400 we can set up our first bedroom. And that'll be another guest and some more income. But yeah, no, it's still early access. It's going along pretty well, though. Yeah, so it mentions getting our first sporty guest. I'm assuming there's going to be other requirements. I don't remember how we looked that up. But basically, you'll have your I think, actually, I want to say... You'll start with your one guest, and I think it's when your first set of guests gets happy enough, you'll get the next type of guest will start showing up. And then, of course, you won't have what you need to satisfy them, so you'll have to, you know, adapt and expand and all that kind of stuff. It's fine. And I can actually put a thing in the middle of the building that'd make my workers go faster. You know what? Does it cost me anything to do that? It does not. They should get the supplies there, and it'll save them from going all the way back to the truck. So they'll just run back and forth on that second floor. I forgot, they make a point of mentioning that, and then when you send them away, I believe they take their pile of junk with them. And a big thing is going to be getting our next critic to not be upset with the place. need people to start eating food and checking out. New rule, checkout time is 8 a.m. Get the hell out of my building.
Housekeeping.
Okay, you're unhappy because you're not paid enough.
What's up?
You're okay with your pay.
I say go.
You're unhappy because you're not paid enough. You're okay.
what? Seven. I sedate.
There. Because I don't want a bunch of my people quitting and then have to, like, re-go through everything. Alright, so we've got our critic here. Our critic gave us a 2-star refreshments because the only thing we offer is water. A 2 for entertainment, so we're not doing too great here. All right. Two stars. Hey, that's double the stars we had before. The bedroom, the value, the size, the item tier, all garbage. Entertainment, variation and availability was not good. Refreshments, variation and availability was terrible. The food menu and customer service were pretty bad. The gym, exquisite. Okay, so that'd take care of that room. So yeah, so we're probably going to need to do, as I'm making these microscopic, you know, budget-conscious rooms, what we're probably going to need to do to make our hotel have better reviews and all that, is we're going to probably start over on this side, start making bigger bedrooms. Oh, they go through the pile of supplies? Alright, so we got reach backpacker score of 80%. We got to 87%, and it was entertainment and bathroom that they suffered. And thank you, Methylimiu, so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for that? Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff, and welcome in raiders. Okay, so we're getting a bit more money. Just need to get all this stuff set up. Okay, so we set up our budget rooms. Yosuke sent you there. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, welcome in. Could we get a shout out if possible? If not, I can get it here in a minute myself. All right, so we got the ship wheel for having our first sporty guest check in. Let's drop down the speed a little bit while we catch up on all that. Okay, so it's another one done there. And playing some Final Fantasy IV. Nice. I hope you had a good time with that. How's the stream going? It's going good. We did some open TTD to start the stream, and then eventually we pivoted to Hotel Architect, which we've been doing for maybe not quite an hour. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Before we forget, I will hit that button to check you out later. How does the arrow directions on luggage rack matter? So it's just basically which way they face to get into it. So they can cut in between stuff, I imagine the issue would be something like, you know, putting a narrow hallway. It's kind of just a facing thing. I don't think it really matters other than for your own, where do you want the guests to get to it? And that they actually can reach it, of course. Alright. So we've got 2 more, well, we're about to have 2 more valid guest rooms. Unfortunately, you have to raid and rum. You have to be up in 6 hours for work. No problem. Absolutely understood. Again, I hope you had yourself a good stream, and thank you again for the raid and all that. But yeah, you go get that sleep. You go do that self-care. And I will catch you at some other point. I'm gonna pop in and see what you got going on over there. Okay, so let's get the workers to finish that up and get them out of here. Can you access the back side of the arrow if it is pointing at the wall? So I think it automatically snaps to the wall, so it's always pointing away from the wall. I don't think it's one of those things that you can easily force to be like inaccessible kind of thing. We got a carpet for cleaning toilets. All right, so workers are done. Get them out of here. That's fine. I can just stay there for now. Okay. We could also slow down time here. Go to our research tree. We can go ahead and expand our food menu. Let's go to our dinner menu. We can select the dish. Okay, that's the sunbather menu. There we go. So the sporty people want their Swedish meatballs. And I need a fridge for the meatballs. Okay, get back out here. I'm sure that's a waste of money.
Hooray! You have completed the main objectives in this scenario. Hats off to you. You can now choose to stay and further improve your hotel, potentially unlocking more rewards, or set off to tackle new challenges elsewhere.
Okay. So before we move on to the next location, what are my secondary objectives? So if we look at our secondary objectives, there is fire an employee, reach a good review with Sporty, have at least 10 occupied bedrooms at the same time, have at least 20 occupied bedrooms at the same time, have at least 30 occupied bedrooms at the same time, get a staff to level up 25 times, have a staff member reach max level, have the hotel have 100 check-ins, get an overall guest score of 75% over 25 reviews minimum, get $1 million cash, get at least a 3-star hotel, 4- and 5-star hotel. So yeah, so all of those seem like they would be chase stuff kind of things. We'll for right now, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get this one project we already have signed done. And then I might quickly knock out 1 or 2 objectives really fast, but like all the 5-star ones and all that, we'll probably wait to do... I'll probably do that in my own time kind of thing. Okay, you can get out of here. Alright, so we need to hire and fire a staff member. So, hey. Welcome, Charles. Hey, you know what, Charles? I changed mine. You're fired. Excellent. Well done, Charles. You've contributed so much to the accomplishments of this place. And how many bedrooms do I have in this place right now? I have 10. So we just wait until we get the 10th person. That should accomplish another one of our objectives. Yeah, so that'll get that one. And all these other ones after that are mostly looking like chase things. But you unlock more and more stuff the longer your hotel goes, and more objectives you accomplish.
I know.
So you're daydreaming. Okay. They're just waiting here. And once these guests check out, they check out for a pretty good chunk of change all at once. Okay, we can go ahead and speed up even more. Because those rooms are all valid. And our toilet broke in there. Alright, don't know what checkout time is, but I would like them to do it soon so we can get all that money. Yeah, so it's complaining that basically for entertainment, I just need more people there. New guests review. 93%. Staff member is in a bad mood.
That'll be it.
There's your raise. %, 90%. We had one that dropped below like 60%. Okay, so you want the green machine. You want a snacks machine. So you gained a level, so you're unhappy with this payment. I almost just want to keep the workers on hand here at the small amount. Staff member's in a bad mood. That's fine. I have to pay a little bit more to help out. Staff member in a bad mood. Are you in a bad mood? Well, yeah, you're at 20%. But we do have where you should be gaining stuff there. Energy level is low, unhappy with salary, energy level low, experienced low attractiveness area. And the assumption is that it gets sorted. Alright. Will I get my 10? Because that's what we're after. We need one more guest to hit our 10. Sorry, 2 more guests apparently. Staff is in a bad mood. This time it's Lydia who's unhappy with her pay. Alright. So I'm also not seeing anyone complaining about, like, not finding the food or drinks they want. Okay. Let's see whichever ones. So the sporty reviews are probably going to go over there very soon. The 10 rooms would be good. The 20 rooms, all that, like I said, that's kind of a chase thing. I think, honestly, what we'll do is we'll save there. Then we go to the world map. It's time for the next one. Yeah, so you can see you can do the scenario or the sandbox. And they've got all the way down to Las Vegas. So you're going to go through these, and we'll do the scenarios, and we can sandbox one later. Oh. Yeah, so I guess we just finished the tutorial, and then we can go on to the next one. The rain in February is interesting to see. Will you go into the month with a leaky roof? That thing. Alright, so new scenario. Hotel. Hotlands Hotel. Well, mostly ethical. Mostly ethical nights. I don't know.
A warm welcome to Santorini. In the scorching Greek heat, keeping your hotel at a comfortable temperature is essential. A well-placed breeze or perfectly chilled room can make all the difference for your guests. Speaking of guests, in this scenario, you should focus primarily on sunbathers and brats. Make sure to provide suitable rooms and activities to keep them satisfied. And of course, no great vacation is complete without a drink. That's why it's time to set up your very first bar.
Yep, and thank you for whoever signed up for, or like whoever downloaded Opera GX to the link, and I appreciate it. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of stuff for setting up a bar.
Look at that! You now have a bunch of new items available. I'm sure some of them will come in handy very soon. Now I'll leave you with the objectives needed to complete the scenario. Good luck!
Okay. So as you can tell from this one, the last one we went through like a whole tutorial. It was very dialogue heavy. And this one not so much. So I've got our set of different rooms back here. It looks like you got 4 kind of really micro rooms down there. I've got 4 somewhat bigger rooms up here. And then we've got a very, very large gym. Like a really good gym. And then a kitchen in that. So we definitely need a beachside bar. Because that's just the way this works. Get all this moved out of the way. Don't worry, sir, I'll bring you with me. That's not how that works. Welcome to Mostly Ethical Howard Johnson. Yep. Okay. So send a small team of construction workers. You can unpause in the meantime. So we're going to have our structure here. Okay, so we've got this over here. We could end up making the windows and all that nicer. So you have this style window. so we got all those windows and all that, spending a bunch of money on stuff that may or may not even matter. So we're gonna take a minute to do that. We do have the sunbather stuff for outside. Yeah, so we have fans and all that, we can cool people off. We'll have all the bar stuff, which we can get done when we're ready here. In the meantime, there's your supplies. You're gonna need 2 of them. Okay, so you're complaining about the heat. We'll get that done yet. Put down more sunbathing stuff with more plants in the meantime. Okay. So yeah, so we need to upgrade the air conditionings and place 2 ACs in our hotel as one of our objectives. So we can go to our research tree. So there's an air conditioner. And expand the drink menu. It's just necessary. Yeah, we'll have to see where it makes sense to put the air conditioner and all that. Okay. So we can go down here for the floors. And for the bar floor, let's use the same floor we have in the kitchen. It's not the same floor we have in the kitchen. There's so many different... What is this, like, bright orange floor? Done. Meanwhile, we can go to the walls. Oh, the interior of the walls are different than the exterior. Okay, so... using a lot of whatever that pattern is. Let's see if we have something else that fits. You could use the eyedropper if you want the same floor. Oh, it's up here. Okay. Makes sense. Alright, so you spent a bunch of money on this, and we're continuing to spend a bunch of money. So we're gonna go ahead and go to room. I'm gonna get a bar. It's gonna be a big bar. We know where our money comes from. There's a cash register and a bar counter. So drink menu. The sunbathers like it. Okay, with that drink menu, literally everyone will appreciate it. Okay. It's an extended bar counter. I'm suddenly realizing those aren't actually for sitting at. Okay. To use all the supplies we changed the floor? We did. So need a bartender, so we have one bartender who's positive and is a betting junkie, may spend a fair amount of time in the casino during breaks. We have a slacker who is a nerd, and we have a perfectionist. We're gonna go ahead and get the one with the gambling problem. Welcome. Compose a bar drink menu and appreciate all guests. Alright, and you're complaining about the heat. So go here to temperature. Now give that a second to catch up. Oh, we're probably gonna need a second one of those. Alright, so. Checking the furniture again. Common. Temperature. Air conditioning. So it's a light green. Not a dark green. Because this is like a solid green. It is a little bit more patchy.
Well done! I see that the next task on your to-do list is serving bar drinks. To make that happen, you'll need to build a bar zone, create a drink menu, and install the necessary equipment for your selected drinks. And, of course, no bar is complete without a dedicated bartender.
The way she said dedicated seemed like there's a lot of sass about to happen. It's like, and a dedicated bartender. He's a bit late. It's okay. It's not technically open yet, so she can feign ignorance. So my assumption here is we're gonna get through all this. The sunbathers are probably gonna be content with what we got going on, and then we'll bring in the brat. And I'm willing to bet the brats probably have a pretty strict. Does she imply dedicated? It is what it is. Okay, so let's look here at this stage and see how the temperature looks now. So, I think you're fine. I did notice this room is hot, and this room is hot, so let's go ahead and help them out. And the rest is all fine. And check the menu. So that is food for the backpackers. And I'm gonna have to unlock more menu options. For the sunbathers and all that. So that'll be my first critic review. Will be where we get that from. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to expand our food menu once we get our first critic. To get sunbather food and brat food. We almost have what we need for the bar to be functional. Okay, so it looks like you're done with this stuff. So I'll also tell you to clean that up when you're done. Alright, so we're only missing one piece of furniture to have every one of the things that we put on the menu to be possible. So then we'll need to have people actually come to our bar. Then the next probably investment is I'm assuming we're going to end up needing the we're gonna end up needing more guest rooms up here. The catch is I don't know the size they need to be. So I'm leaning to do is probably just box this whole area in and just let the workers do the work. And then we could separate the room out however we need to, you know, once we know what the requirements are or have a good idea what the brats actually want. Okay, so with that, all that's done. So we can go up here and get to work. We can grab the doors they have been using. And put them there. And we got our first person. So just to be clear, the alcoholic beverages cost less than the pea soup. In case you were wondering. It is three alcoholic beverages to 1 pea soup is the price ratio. I also just realized I sold that to a staff member. Have Sunbather guests used that 10 times. So we should have our menu all set up for there. And then we're about to get our next objective done. And like I said, I'm going to need to expand my menu to accommodate sunbathers and brats. Alright.
Great job! To complete your next task, you'll need to focus on sunbather guests. Attracting them requires your hotel to reach 3 stars, along with ensuring that some of your bedrooms meet their specific requirements. And don't forget to provide enough sunbeds to keep up with demand.
Okay, so we need to hit 3 stars. Alright, so that just means we need to be working on our hotel in general. So what we can do is when our next critic comes in, we can deal with that. In the meantime, I'm going to do what I'm already doing, and we're just going to tell them to expand the floor print up here, because I know I'm going to need room for the guest rooms as is. So we'll start there and work on that. Bartender? Where did you go, man? Look. There's gonna be no smoke break or whatever you got going on here. Oh, you had to use the restroom? Hey, I'm sorry. It is company policy that you can only use the restroom when you're off the clock. So I'm gonna need you to consider that in the future. To schedule your pee breaks to be not during working hours. We've heard the whole song about pooping on company time. Okay, so can we check some of our reviews? Yes, the reviews are all hovering around 80-ish%. The one got in an argument with the staff I saw. And then the only consistent one here is tanning, which we should have plenty of availability. And then restrooms. Which is probably these 2 rooms back here that don't have easy access to bathrooms. Rual Corp has crossed over from the transport business to the hotel business. Hey, it's just being practical. Oh, they're upstairs reception desks? Well, that's weird. So you walk into the hotel and you go upstairs separately. It's fine. Alright. I wonder if there's an easy way to attrition, like, this guest type, what do they like? Alright. Are you going mad, or was the second game with the same name released last year, but first person? Not that I'm aware of. Are you thinking Hotel Renovator? Because I hate to break it to you, I think that game came out like 3 years ago. Can you do stairs that goes from outside to the second floor? Oh, that'd be... Serve meals in the restaurant. I might have to build the it might be one of those things where you build the second floor and then you can bring it over. Alright. Yeah, so we got a critic who's arriving today. Actually, I think that's the critic right there. They've got a critic who's arrived today. So we're gonna see how we do.
Shafapata.
You're not super happy. Let's deal with that.
Coco.
Deal with that as well. Guests.
Ha sha!
I see. Okay. So sunbathers have a minimum room size of 12, and the brats have a minimum room size of 15. All right, and everything else is satisfied. So we'll just plan for both of our new rooms here to be 15 tiles in size. So if we look at it like this, so that's 3. So 3 by 5 would make it 15. I'm just gonna bring it all the way down here, and here, and then this will be the bathroom. Okay, and we'll let that continue working. Maintenance is understaffed. Okay, so maintenance. We've got Bright Outlook and a Caffeine Addict. Lost in Thought becomes preoccupied with irrelevant things, and a Juggler. Technical Dinosaur. When interacting with machines, this worker fails tasks with them more often. Wow, alright, well, we'll take the Caffeine Addict. Because the rest of you are pretty terrible.
Oh.
So the bar got 4 stars. You're now going to check the gym. Which this is a really, really over-the-top gym. Her thought is getting them muscle gains. And I'm just adjusting my AC because it is getting cold in here. All right. Pumping like there's no tomorrow. So the critic is going through the whole thing. 5-star rating on the gym. Refreshments were a 2. So we missed on the refreshments. So you're going to the boxing machine. Entertainment was a 2. She's now going to be critical of her restaurant. She ordered one only item on the menu. She got in an argument with the waitress. And it did seem like there was some physical violence. Why is everyone fighting the waiter staff and all that? Neither of them have a negative that makes them more likely to respond negatively. It's just, I guess our guests are just being awful. Welcome to Disney. Yeah, where the guests just are rude and mean.
Dabu?
You're feeling sleepy as you just stand awkwardly in the bathroom. Alright, so we get to see what happens with the critic here in the next day. We'll have plenty... Well, not we will have plenty of money. We have money. Oh, we should be doing this. One in here, one in here, one there, one there. Now you can get your work done faster. You think it's just low-level staff have a chance of that? You're on this map right now, and the restaurant service is never judged as great. Yeah, no, I mean very well. I definitely see that. So did you, when you were playing, were you trying to like knock out all the objectives, or did you do like I did where you knock down some low-hanging fruit and then move on to the next map kind of thing out of curiosity? Because I looked at the objectives to do the to get everything done with the other one.
Looks like you're starting to run low on cash. No worries. You can always use your cash credit or grab a loan from the bank. As long as your assets are greater than your debt, you won't get into trouble.
Okay, and apparently there's a whole bunch of achievements. Alright, Nitro, you take it easy. Yeah, we're just waiting on our critic to leave. You generally focus on objectives, but you did indulge in some playing about. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's kind of what I did, is I was just like, I got the main objectives done, and I knocked out some bonus objectives that felt like I could get them done relatively quick. But when it came to objectives where it's like, okay, this is just going to be working this hotel up to 5 stars and everything, that definitely felt like, it's like, okay, that's going to be a bit much for probably doing on stream. That definitely feels like achievement chasing. Which, if the game was fully released, I'd probably achievement chase more. Because I'm pretty sure it's version 0.9 early access, so you're going to lose sound for a second. Hey, and Allison! Thank you so much for the raid. Sorry, I was just checking one thing real fast, and I'll do that proper shout and all that. But check out Allison Adventures and our fantastic content creator. Someone I highly recommend checking out. So I want to check... Yeah, you're still early access. Cool. I figured this is still early access. I thought so. But Allison Adventures playing some Terraria, so nice. We kind of just finished up what we were doing with Terraria the other day. Didn't quite get everything I wanted to get done, but got most of it. But how was your Terraria today and all that stuff? And for those who don't know, Allison Adventures, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of games like Project Zomboid, Vintage Tale, Hightail. Or actually, did you play Hightail? Yeah, you did. I think you played that with Radamant. Doing some Terraria and all that stuff. So definitely good times over there. Someone to definitely check out and have all that stuff going on. But yeah, so today though we are playing Hotel Architect, which is a tycoon game that is you know, a hotel game. It was a fun day of split stream. Did some Dead by Daylight, then beat the Goblin Army in Terraria. Zenith plus Skyblock is Typh. Zenith plus Skyblock. I'm curious how that even works. Because for those who don't know, Zenith you start in the in hell is your starting point, but there's trees growing there. It's still full of lava and awful. And all the NPCs start there. It's got traps everywhere. There's honey everywhere. There's bees everywhere. There's lavas everywhere. What else was there? There's a couple other negatives on there that I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. But then Skyblock, you start roughly center map, but you have like this one little floating island. And it's got a bunch of little twists to it where, you know, the slimes will have stuff like dirt and cobblestone in them depending on depths and everything else going on. And you have alternate ways to get some stuff that would otherwise not be achievable without the world existing. And so you kind of do this thing where you have to dig down to like get to the cavern layer, then build an area to make a zone so that you can then get the spawns there. Yeah, it's so weird, you won't spoil it. If you want to give it a try, 'tis rough. Yeah, it's probably not one I would do on stream. But yeah, no, the Skyblocks has been very interesting. But yeah, no, the whole thing there. Ote, hotel sign, get at least 3 stars. Alright, so a lot of our stuff was almost across the board, was pretty neutral. Except for the restaurant, refreshments, and entertainment were 2. Both in variety and availability. So let's go ahead here, and we've got ourselves a hotel sign. I don't actually know where to find that. Can't wait for the evolve. This person that saw playing Hightail, she's one of the people you blame. Yeah, that's fair. It's a sign of our times. You're not wrong. Also, you should be ashamed of yourself. Okay. So, we need to get the sunbathers' rooms done. Not enough cutlery. Your kitchen is running short in cutlery, resulting in some tables remaining unset. Waiters cannot greet guests until they have a fully set. I'm running low on cutlery? Ah. We have a shelf for it. Sure, we'll just dump in the middle of the room. Also, that was the critic, so we can go ahead and drop our time down a little bit. With the critic, we can unlock more research. And we need to unlock more menu items at a restaurant. And I'll add an extra drink because I'm going to do that. That's just the way it is. So it's time to expand our dinner menu. So we need to satisfy sunbathers and brats. If you saw that sign, it would open up your eyes because you saw the sign. Okay. So oysters will make the brats happy. And salad will make the sunbathers happy. And we need a seafood tank. I'm hoping they'll be able to squeeze around that and it won't be a whole big hassle of moving everything around. Experiencing low attractiveness area. So this area is of low attractiveness. Okay. Items. Kitchen. There's a very expensive painting. And another very expensive painting. Congratulations, your kitchen is now an attractive room. I'm waiting for my bartender to get back. Hopefully before guests go without being served. Hurry! Hurry! The guests are getting cranky. They haven't been getting their drinks. It's a dangerous thing. Okay. So, let's check. There was somewhere in here I was able to look at the sunbathers requirements. And blanking on where I saw that. Right, so sunbather. So, we'll double check with the bar drink, but you want the pink frou-frou drink. And otherwise you don't really care about the rest of that. So we can go ahead and start assigning these rooms. So room, bathroom, 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 and hotel room. Oh, nope, that's... one second. That would be reception here. Somehow you unassign a room. There, it's control. Okay, and then this is a hotel room, and that's a hotel room. Alright. Let's go in here. We got all our stuff. We got a nicer shower. A nice sink. Got a toilet. A mirror to make it a little bit nicer. And a painting. So it's a really hecking nice room. Alright, so with this one... in this one we got a couple of things here. Okay, so we can get ourselves a bougie looking double bed. I'm gonna need to move you over here for a minute. Oh, I'm also realizing I haven't done the floors right thing, so give me a moment to do that. So floors. We need to make it a really nice floor. Alright, so that's just fake grass. It can't actually make it thing. So we go straight up marble. Green marble. Just all the way to green marble. And then like the green hexagonal pattern thing. Sand. See, we got that stuff. There we go, so like a really nice wood floor. Then we need something nice for the room there. The Halloween wallpaper is definitely a vibe. So what is the quality on that wallpaper? It's 2 stars. Okay. Alright. So now I spent literally all of our money just on basically covering the room with marble and all that, because I'm trying to give it, like, a really high quality, so that when the brats come in here, they'll be content with it. Oh, we have the problem of, I forgot, we're in Greece and it's super hot, so I need to hook up air conditioners. Well, those rooms are going to be kind of hot for right now then, aren't they? That is unfortunate. Okay, meanwhile, we can go over here. Drop a material site over there. So we're gonna have to wait till some guests check out, and then we can go ahead and put that. So we're spending a lot of money to make one really nice bedroom. And then, you know, we'll turn around and we'll work on the next one and the next one. Because I just need a guest review from a brat, and I need 10 sunbathers to use the actual sunbathe thing. What do you got going on here? Looks like it may have. There we go. Yeah, so when a guest check out, we should get some pretty decent money. I also just need my guests to buy more food. Because weirdly on our menu, that pea soup was $150. $250 for a salad. Oysters, though. Oysters are $750. So that's why we want to put up with the brats, so that they order a round of oysters and single-handedly pay our continued operation. I'll probably go and need to make a dedicated entertainment room that has more copies of things. But the one thing you really liked is that you can just upgrade things, like the crappy wall fans have a negative beauty, and air condition just by clicking them. No need for someone to come in and physically remove them. I didn't even notice that. Well, would you look at that? I definitely should not be doing that until we get the room set up. Because, yeah, I want to get all those things started to convert over. Okay, so you're now set up. So let's go ahead and go to you. Sort by We're looking for beds. So we got the double bed. Let's match the green here. Oh, no, you're good. It's something I probably wouldn't have noticed at all. That to me is not like the backseating thing. Like, basic functionality. Backseating thing is usually like stuff that you either need to discover, or be more along the lines of, you know, like more along the lines of trying to like tell me how to play the game, that kind of thing. That's the backseating thing. That's when things start to get like, okay, that's not cool. Yeah, that's not a problem. Put the towels over here by the bathroom. Okay. Got your TV there. It's a neat feature as it means you can easily upgrade your old bedrooms and bathrooms to upgrade version first once you unlock it. It feels tricky, as rare UI is rarely backseating. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, I can't think of a reason you'd have, like, UI that be considered hidden. Like, as a deliberate intention. Alright, so you've got all those. There's still more room for improvement. Now we need to go, before we forget, go to our temperature stuff. And you'll see how we're doing in our first one. Cleaners are understaffed. Okay, so cleaner. So you got a stinky, apparently never showers, not exactly appreciated by anyone nearby. And we got a sensitive one and a caffeine addict. Burnout prevention increases the energy by 50%, but reduces movement speed by 20%. Mopping Master enables the cleaner to mop multiple tiles at the same time. Sure. Albright Glimmer. There you go. Get this main area to have all its fans upgraded. Just boosting the room's attractiveness real quick. Okay. So basically getting all those fans. Alright, so we got that first room set up there. The incredibly bougie room. Which is weird, because they told it to have green bed sheets, and we still haven't gotten those yet. Meanwhile, let's check your menu real fast. Ah, so that's the drink they wanted on there. And then you require a drink shelf. Okay, so that means I have everything possible for the sunbathers to reach maximum sunbather happiness. As long as they stay in this one specific room.
Hello.
Actually, you know what? 1 second. Go here. Look at those two little spots there. Because that'll help a little bit with making this area not as hot. Because it'll be all one room.
Oh, Tabadi.
In search of a clean towel. Because our cleaning staff is still catching up. Which is weird, because I did just get another one. That's gonna hurt our reviews for a minute there. As staff member Mapster the Mop. So we got more entertainment stuff we're gonna have to add. The surf simulator and all that. That's gonna take a little while. Right now I just need money. Oh. Surf simulator is not small. I'm hoping they'll still be able to move around that. If not, we can move the couches or something. And I need to stop spending. I do think what I ultimately need to do is make an entertainment center somewhere on property. And then the entertainment center has, like, all that kind of stuff in it. Staff is in a bad mood.
Percibi du bois.
There you go. Have a pay increase. I gotta wait for people to check out because I've way overspent. And the next critic arrives tomorrow. Imagine every time you're in a bad mood, your boss just throws money at you. Oh, I would have so much money. I feel like that. Just the nonsense I've dealt with in jobs, especially like retail. Could you imagine every time a customer was a jerk to you at retail, your boss is like, hey, I'm cutting you a check? You would single-handedly be the entire reason that... I mean, I guess technically it'd be the rude customers or whatever, but that would single-handedly be the thing that bankrupts the company. Door opens. Just reaches your hand out expecting your check. You'd have a popular item go out of stock, and it'd just be like, how many checks do I need to write you? I'll just do it right now. Just forget about it, man. Okay, you wanted something we don't have in stock. So yeah, so the Sunbather, not gonna be happy. I apparently missed some stuff. Restaurant service problem. People left the restaurant due to slow service. I do too, especially the difficulty you have to deal with coworkers. 300 plus students going through your lunch line, one class after the other. Yup. Okay, so you're unhappy with your pay. Or the fact that you just want a raise and it just magically happens. You're like, you know what? I really should be paid more, just to yourself, and then suddenly just your pay gets bumped. Alright, so here's the critic. Sadly, not gonna get one of the better rooms, because they're not available yet. The one I have has a guest stay in there and all that. That's apparently... That room apparently for the sunbathers, it ticks all the boxes. Chocolate on bed. When enabled, will be placed chocolate on bed immediately after making it. Costs $10 each time, and produce a bit more trap, but the guests will appreciate the gesture. Okay. The sunbather is not yet satisfied. $10 per chocolate? What the heck? To be fair, in this world we're charging $150 for pea soup. So I feel like this is some dystopian future where, you know, inflation's gone wild. So it's actually an incredibly cheap chocolate by the current standard. They're getting like a single square of like a snack pack of Hershey's. But that's $10 in the economy in this world. Okay, so we got some more money. I did notice we had someone ask for a machine for snacks I didn't have. They're right at the top of the stairs, partially obstructing, as it should be. I guess I just need another cleaner. I hired a cleaner thinking that was going to be enough. She champion Hypochondriac. Gets lower mood energy when working in dirty areas. Needs to wash hands twice as often as everyone else. That's not what you want with a cleaner. Hey, let me just go into the dirty room and naturally become sedative. Alright. We'll go ahead and get our introvert, who is a bar lover. Today I learned Greece uses the drachma, which was 0.003 euro when they converted. So 700 is about 2.1 euro, by the way. Yeah, I mean, we have a generic dollar sign, but maybe it's an incredibly cheap. Maybe it's an incredibly cheap pea soup that are actually paying just a couple of cents for. But, you know, in drachma. Dude, stop bogarting the machine. You play your turn, then the next person. Okay. Oh, that machine seems kind of exploded. I'm curious if our maintenance staff will replace it for me. Oh, right. I can straight up copy-paste rooms into each other. I forgot that's functionality in that game. This game. Yep, so when we hit, like, 10,000 bucks, I could just copy the bathroom and just plunk it right down in here. Yeah, so it's saying the room would need to be slightly larger to get the maximum valuation. All right. You like that there are many quality of life features like that? Yeah, no, that's actually one of the things I was really suffering for with some of the recent games they played, like OpenTTD. It's understandably why we don't have all those quality of life features. The games from 2001, these were ideas that hadn't really come up yet. So, like, you can't really fault it for not having that, with it not being, you know, something that's, like, in active development in the sense of, like, these type of major advances. But, yeah, there was... What was the game that we were building stuff recently? That was just kind of a... You're the reason you put 4 hours of your evening into this game yesterday? Yeah. Well, the devs reached out. Like, I actually had early access to this update, that I could have streamed this before it was broadly available. But just, you know, things kept coming up and it didn't happen. Still, I'm happy to be playing it now. I'm so curious how the critic will do this time. It's a shame the critic didn't get the one of the nice guest room. Got one of the not so amazing ones. I do wonder if I go and I bump this one out to be that far out, size-wise, if that'll kick it up to the top-notch room. Because this one's saying that the room has a size rating of 4, an items rating of 3, and a room value of 4. So the items would be just put more stuff in it. Gotcha. So it's the old currency in name only. Maintenance is understaffed. Okay, so maintenance. We have an extrovert who's a nerd. We got a techno dinosaur. We have someone with a bad temper, energetic, and stinky. Well, between those, we have the extroverted nerd. Yeah, no, I could definitely see playing this off-stream, like, doing the main objectives and all that on-stream, but then turning around and, you know, just kind of off-stream, just, like, grind out those, get the 5-star, get the 300 guests, that kind of thing. The ones that are basically... Oh, dear goodness, that dude paid 6,000 bucks for his room. Or 7,000, because, like, 6,800. Scuba Gear, get overall guest reviewed score of 75%, minimum 25 reviews. Alright, duplicate. Let's try that again. Alright, so critic review is 3 stars still. Maximum cleanliness, temperature is well handled. The bedroom was 3 stars, she got one of the not good bedrooms. The bathroom was only 3 stars, she got one of the not good ones. Her body wash is only 3 stars, she got one of the bad bedrooms. Entertainment moved up to 3 stars. Restaurant moved up to 3 stars. Refreshments still at 2. And the bar is at 4. So I guess we just leave that. We just don't touch it. Oh, well that's... Okay, well that's a bummer. I was gonna copy the whole thing, but it takes it all as one unit, so I have to rotate the whole thing. That's fine. The bathroom came along quick, you know, easily. We'll go here. I'll just let them work on that for right now.
Ooga?
Hasadabu?
Increase the pay of our receptionists. We just got them slowly working at getting that all squared away. To get our next bougie room done. Yeah, so in the future, what we can do here is go there, grab you, take down that wall, because then I'll be able to duplicate this entire space and drop it in here for almost $30,000. I wonder if there's buttons to, like, mirror it or anything. We can rotate it. Let's check our controls real fast. Is there a flip/mirror button? Click backfill, invert action, alternate input. Copy paper, copy room, rotate room left. Nope. They got a lot of stuff. Unless it's something like alt input, but I don't think so. Nah. If you put a wall by the doors between the rooms on the right and extend the room down the hallway, would it make big enough to be a great room? If you put a wall by the doors between the two rooms. Oh, so you're saying like if I extended it this way, maybe. Because that could be what we do is we extend this room down 2 tiles, and then this one could go and extend down here. We'll check that later. Right now, I just want to kind of get these rooms going. They're good enough for the sunbathers, and I'm sure we'll have more stuff to add. What do you got going on now? Maintenance is understaffed. We just hired someone, so we'll wait. Give that chance to catch up. And we left them a chocolate. You know, honestly, if they're paying $6,800 for the stay, the $10 chocolate feels like it's an entirely an entirely reasonable spend to accommodate them. Like, those are the kinds of things. If you go into some hotel room and you are paying a fortune to stay there, just a straight up fortune to stay there, and they scoff at like the little $20 knick-knack or whatever, that's those ones where it's like, you know what? You got a valid reason to be upset. You paid a lot of money for them to kind of nickel and dime you on that. The tiny chocolate is why you pay the fortune. Yep. The other thing I could do is just extend the bedroom to go over top here. And then put the windows facing out these ways. Yeah, I think that's the other room done. High prices for the mini fridge items, charging for items like the shower cap, nickel and diming is scary common in hotels. Oh yeah. Well, that's kind of one of the big differences of, like, you know, you've got like your cheap hotels, and they won't even have the mini fridge and all that. And then you go a step above that, and it'll have like the somewhat nicer hotels, but like you're saying, you know, you'll have the mini fridge and it'll be stocked with a whole bunch of stuff. And they are going to charge you out the nose if you dare touch any of it. You'll grab a bottle of water and that thing's going to be like $12. If you happen to grab something that's actually kind of nice, like they have like a beer or something in there, which they usually won't, but they'll have like other stuff in there. But if you grab something nicer like that, you know, that'll end up being like a $20 item. Ice cream machine. Cool. So we still have queued that maintenance hasn't got stuff done. It's gonna take time for you to be better. Unhappy with pay. Experiencing a low... That's not a low tract in this area anymore. You got paintings all over your wall and nothing. Is he at a hotel? The one feature you want would be a shower head with the strength of a fire hose and a toilet with the flush of a Dutchman's Kraken. Not usually, because that becomes also a logistics problem. Because when you're talking about hotels that, you know, they've got like 1,000 units, to get enough water pressure to have that kind of shower head and all that is not really a practical thing. That said, they also do try and save money. Because usually there's lots of incentives, not only in their own saving of cash, but usually there's lots of different, like, obligations they have between, whether, I'm blanking on the word. Not building code, that's not the one I'm looking for. You'll end up having a lot of things where you'll get benefits if you are better about conserving water and all that. That's not just kickback. Sometimes they'll end up getting into code things like when you're talking that stuff. Their boilers are awesome, though. Yeah, that's kind of a big part of how they work around that kind of thing. Is a lot of times they'll have these boilers and all that they're just trying to handle a ton of water. But the more you start tapping those things out, it's a whole process. But think about how you as a guest would like to have one like that. I mean, I'm pretty indifferent. If you wanted to have insane water pressure for your room, you'd have to pump a surge tank. We're always on the money with code restriction wise. Yeah, no, it's things whether it's code restriction or sometimes as like incentives where you'll have like different rates you have to pay on things because you're being conservative on that. Or if you don't do that, you have to pay a higher, higher rates and all that, or you get discounted your property tax. There's tons of ways they enforce that in different countries and different states because it is just a practical thing. No, don't get me wrong, I like a little bit of water pressure, but I'm not the kind of person I'm like, oh yeah, no, I need this thing blasting. Now, don't get me wrong, I've gone into a hotel room or two where you turn the water and you're like, this water is a suggestion, not really a thing. Where you kind of like, you shake it going, can I have water out of this? Just kind of dribbling slightly. I also am pretty indifferent. If the toilet flushes and what goes in it goes away, that's enough pressure for me. I've seen people get really upset and be like, oh, it's a low flow toilet. I'm like, okay. Did it leave anything? No. Okay. Then why do you care? Like, if you flush it and it's not doing its job, sure. Like, there's, by all means, absolutely. But a lot of times I'll see people, they'll get mad, they'll just see it's a low flow toilet and that's already enough for them to be set off, and it's like, okay, did it work though? Because the toilet's only job is to make whatever you put in it get away. You don't want an airplane roar when you flush? No. Yeah, so the next room is like 30,000. Which I'm just going to copy this room directly over there, and I'll have to just remove the window from the bathroom. It's a shame they don't have, like, and maybe they do it, I just haven't found the command. It's a shame they don't have, like, an invert the room, so, like, you could flip it horizontally or vertically. That'd be a nice, with everything they've got quality of life, that'd be a nice extra addition kind of thing. I mean, we're getting all sorts of rewards in here. Yeah, so literally I've got everything to satisfy every type of guest. For the room, so I'd have to make it a little larger, and then it's the rooms and room value, or like the items and the room value. So we assume the items are just make room nicer. Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat as you, Allison. I'm way more worried about that bed. No, I get you saying, Darstrider. I've not had problems with toilets at like hotels or anything like that, even the low flow ones. Because they also certainly don't want them to not be clean, because obviously, you know, then they've got to have like the wait or the people going to the cleaning room. It's way more work, it makes them slower and all that stuff. Yeah. No, airplane toilets actually use very, very little water. Because they gotta store all that water for the toilet on them. And if they weren't low flow, every other flight you'd run out of water and be like, alright, no more flushing toilets. All done. Gotta wait till you go. It's pretty common in Southeastern Asia for toilets in rooms to really only have... No more PoE? You pop in there every time with that, and man, I have not played Path of Exile on the channel. It's been over a year. Probably over 2 at this point. It's been a hot minute. So once these two guests check out, we should have a bunch of money, because they're paying like $7,000 here. Now granted, some of these guests I know... This dude's staying multiple nights.
Hi.
Yeah, toilet at a hotel once. It started leaking from the base shortly after we got there. They had to replace the toilet. I haven't had the toilet leak. I know I've had a couple of times. I haven't had to call people in very often. I know we've called people in when the AC wasn't working. That's happened before. There was something they switched us room. I can't remember what it was. There was something we had to call in a maintenance thing, and they're like, "Okay, this isn't a small project. We're gonna bounce you to the next room over because, you know, I don't think it was a leaky pipe." It's not been very often. For the most part, hotel stays I've been in have been very uneventful. But I used to travel a ton to speak at conferences and all that, and every once in a while I get a hotel that was a little dodgy. I still think I wouldn't say it was the best hotel. I would say it's the most interesting hotel I ever went to. Was the McMinimans in downtown Portland, where it had been an old apartment complex that had been converted into a hotel. But it was the style where the individual rooms don't have their own bathroom. It is a shared bathroom for, I think there was like 1 or 2 bathrooms on the floor. And it was this really cool building. And I know I mentioned it to Jim, she's like, absolutely not, I would never. Which, you know, fair enough. I've fortunately had no issues at all with that. Just got here, why is the reception desk facing inwards and not outwards? So the entrance is here. It's a weird layout. So this map already had this bottom floor and all that. So the stairs up here take you to reception, to then the hotel rooms. It is a weird layout. The idea that you walk into, like, the gym or the restaurant at the hotel to then go to the reception, it's not, like, okay, that's bad. It's just like, okay, that is a decision. It's an interesting one. You had plunged and watched a small river flow towards the tub? Oh yeah, where it's like a proper, like, cracked pipe or something like that? You're in a place that had a pipe burst overnight, spent all night with a vacuum going outside your room. Nice brown water coming out of the sink when you got up. That's terrible. The worst I've had for something like that was in an apartment, not a hotel, an apartment I was staying in. That, you know, it was an older apartment, so the way the plumbing was all tied into each other. And so what ended up happening was a clog had happened downstream the pipe from me, and I was the bottom unit. So the person above us, and it was just the kitchen. It wasn't like all the water, it was just their kitchen. So when they would run, like, their dishwasher, you know, or keep their sink running, it would go down there, hit the blockage, the pipe would start to backfill, and of course, I'm the lower elevation, so the water would start backing up into my apartment. And it wasn't like they flooded my apartment or anything. Like, it started going over, and, like, I knocked on their door really fast and be like, hey, you know, like, I'm gonna need you to not do your kitchen stuff. Like, the plumbing's backed up. Like, the people are on their way to deal with it. But until that's sorted, if you drain water, it's coming out in my apartment. So, like, if you could not. And they were mostly good about it. I don't know if they forgot or they had, like, just their dishes or whatever, like, for the night, and they're like, oh, well, I'm not leaving these dirty, you know, kind of, maybe it's gone down enough or whatever. But there's only one time later that evening that it started to, like, come up and over the sink a little bit. But yeah. Are you allowed to make structural adjustments to make it work? I have no idea what you're talking about. Shared bathroom was old school, but consider back then also you put a single men on a separate room from the women and families. Yeah. I mean, it is working. We're just waiting on money right now. We're waiting on our beachgoers or sunbathers to check on out and give me their buckets of cash. Yeah, you can build and remove. Yes, you can build, remove walls downstairs. Oh, yeah. No, you can change the layout. Yeah. If you don't like the layout of it, you can change the layout. But that's going to be spending a bunch of money that doesn't actually get the things I need done. Okay, so the critic is back. And once again, not going to get the good room. Got the mid-tier room. I want the critic to get one of the good rooms, because then I'd expect that to bump up my rating to 4. But we're all booked up. That's what we're waiting on right now. And yes, I still have the construction workers here. They are charging me by staying here. Honestly, it's fine. I'm waiting on money anyways, just get out of here. Yeah, so with them playing like the arcade games and all that, that gives you a very small trickle of steady income. Them eating at the restaurant gives you an okay income. And then the guest stays are a big income. Alright, so you're gonna get a little boost in your money. You need a boost in your money. You need a boost in your money.
So dapat di.
Ashumanadubu. Cuckoo. Warma.
Sebo. Oh, Dari. I do it.
Shui.
Okay, I think I got everyone. Let's check on our staff. See if there's anyone who's getting upset.
Duh.
Okay, you're fine. You could use a bump.
Coco.
Asis? Dewi.
Asawa.
Shudubu.
Da do be.
Deko.
Habida? Asabawi.
Yep, because I'm just giving them a little bit of a bump to keep them happy. Yeah, so skill training desk is a thing we can apparently get. I haven't seen the option for it yet. We also have a bunch more points. Okay. Increase staff limit. Employee branding. All right. So with that, burning a whole lot of money. We've now modernized the entire room for dealing with all that. So that should speed up our workers there. And just use like ear tags. Nope. Get the iron, gotta heat it up. So I just spent like $10,000 just upgrading everything there, which was not needed. So we're about to get our one last sunbather to use their sunbed. And I'm kind of, again, not expecting a really amazing review from our critic because I got stuffed in the not-so-good rooms. So that might be what we do, is once we get these rooms set up, I might start decommissioning the really tiny budget-friendly rooms. And in turn, we'll start to, like, grow this area out more. Alright.
Wow, your hotel is shaping up really nicely. Now you just need to attract those brats. Reach 4 stars and ensure you have bedrooms that meet their specific requirements.
Okay, and these bedrooms already qualify. I just need to get 4 stars. And that basically boils down to the critic. It's money time. 3 stars. Okay. Sleep quality was 0. Alright, so the bar was pretty good. The drink quality was low. The restaurant customer service and food quality was low. Refreshments, we need more options for refreshments. Entertainment, we need more options there. Seating was fine. Body wash can be improved. The toilet can be improved. So these are easy. And honestly, she honestly just needs some upgrades. Okay, so we can just upgrade those. Like, very genuinely, if I could just get her to go in these rooms. These are the bougie rooms. So I can duplicate you. Alright, and get your crew back over. Time to open up a brand new room. Okay, so that medium window doesn't go there. And instead we'll put a bigger window over there. Alright. If you'd only stay in my nice rooms, you'd like it more. Pretty much. Like I said, I think the plan will be is we'll get these nicer rooms set up. And then we're going to go to, like, the worst rooms, and we're going to one by one pull out the really worst rooms, swap them out for nicer rooms. I'll end up extending some of these areas a little bit to accommodate a bunch of this. Yeah, stayed in the budget room and complained the budget room was kind of cheap. It's pretty much what happened. And these will be the rooms we'll want to get rid of, is these ones down here. I'll probably get rid of these 2 rooms, and then make this into one nice room over here. Get rid of these 2 rooms, make it into one nicer room over there, that kind of thing. Meanwhile, the other thing we can do add a coffee machine. We'll add you. Just add a couple of things to try and boost the availability of some stuff. Alright. Oh, that also reminds me we got more research. So, with the additional research... Ah. Premium bedding. Premium toilets. And a dishwasher. So you need to upgrade everything. Get your first guest review from a brat. You didn't know we were accommodating sausages. Yes. Mostly because they pay well. Alright. Yeah, that is genuinely really nice. Just in place, upgrade everything. All right. So we spent a ton of money, but we upgraded all of the furniture in all of our rooms to be a whole tier higher. Thanks to the, thanks to the person we had there, the critic. So the critic will be back the next in-game day. So see, because this should all start moving up, and yeah, the Sunbather's happiness is going up more. Yeah, so to accommodate the higher stars, what we can do is just keep upgrading whatever the critic isn't happy about. We can just get the research to do that and upgrade that. Now that brings up the question, how much will you cost now to do this? About 32,000. So it did increase the cost of upgrading the room a little bit. Yes, everyone's happy with it. Oh, right. So there's a whole thing where you can hire someone who has a chance to boosting the quality of your food, or like they'll boost the quality of the food if it's made by certain people, that kind of thing. Definitely things to consider in the long run. That's okay. So we just need to wait till checkout. We got 3 sunbathers, and they're paying good money. And I imagine it's one of those things as well that as we add more. We also added an extra entertainment thing and an extra snacks thing. So that hopefully that'll make the critic happy. Okay. Okay, so the critic should be arriving today. And it does look like all the bedrooms are occupied. So my hope here is when the critic arrives and one of these bedrooms gets freed up. Okay, so the critic did get one of the good rooms. The critic got assigned this room. And it happens to be the one room that I did turn on the, like, hey, you're gonna provide chocolate. So doubly we've set ourselves up for success. We gave the critic, like, the best room in the place. We tossed some extra chocolate in there. She gave the bathroom 3 stars? Well, go after yourself, critic. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And check out your local guru. Thank you so much for the raid. We can get a shout out for your local guru. Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Definitely good times over there. To be fair, 2 by 3 meters is not a big space. Yeah. It's fine. But, playing Halo, the Master Chief Collection. Well, I hope you're having fun with some Halo and all that good stuff. We started stream with some Open TTD, and then eventually switched over to Hotel Architect. Was our second day doing Open TTD, but it felt like it's getting a little repetitive, because I'm under the impression I have to go and grab a bunch of stuff to make it equivalent to Transport Tycoon Deluxe, for various reasons. And then, yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where it's like, okay, well, you know, want to do the next thing. This had a major update. That's the spot to be, right under the air conditioning. Gave 4 stars for seating. We're just hoping the critic gives us a 4-star review. That way we can start having brats show up as guests. That's literally what they're called. They're just brats. Not enough cutlery. Well, when the critic goes, I can go and boost the size of the cutlery shelves to have more storage. Gave the bathroom 3 stars. You're impossible. Let's be real, that one train outsmarted Rual route finding attempts, and he's just a sore loser about it. I was finding the train routing in the game a little frustrating. Part of that's just because I'm coming from the Factorio side of things, where I've set up some real advanced train logistics in there. And so just getting the signals to behave in the way I want them to was its own kind of thing. Let's see, you'll at least not unavoidably hit the wall with when you tip and fall asleep. Like how many student apartments in campus, but you have to pay a hotel price for such a cubicle is so ridiculous compared to the apartment places. Yeah, that's that was me comparing staying apartment. So when I was in my later years in college, okay, sleep quality was good. Like later on in college, I had an apartment not far from campus and all that kind of stuff. And it was just like checking one of those things, like the cost of staying like just off campus versus like staying, you know, a ways away. Staying just off campus or even on campus was absurdly expensive. I would have had to pay like almost twice as much as my apartment had cost. But instead of getting a 2-bedroom apartment at the time, I would have gotten a studio apartment that was like, you know, 10 by 12 feet in size. So your bedroom and your bathroom and that are all kind of the same room. You just have like a little barrier between you and where the toilet is and all that. 3 stars still. Okay. So refreshments and entertainment did not go up with the additions. The toilet did go up, and the sleep quality went up. So what we'll do is we'll use our research points. So I've got 5. Alright, so the large shelves will be 2 for that. So let's go ahead and that's premium seating and premium bathing. And I got 1 point left. So we'll go for the premium fridge. So keep that fast forwarding because we got stuff to do. Okay, so nothing to upgrade in the smaller apartments. We can upgrade the bathtubs in these ones. Or not apartments, hotel rooms. But we can upgrade the seating. Alright, so we can upgrade the showers. So maybe that'll help us out. Because that might push that 3 stars up to a 4. What? You've read Signal's guides and OpenTDD before days until I managed to just so make them work. You still so far couldn't do anything advanced routing by far. There's so much intricacy, you presume more can be done on limited space in TTD? With so much of different signals? It's exhausting to get into. Yeah, so that's the thing with Factorio, is you can do so much with the signals, and while there's definitely, like, figuring out how to set up your sections takes a little fussing and figuring out, once you understand it, it's pretty easy to make the rest work. Okay, so you're complaining about the variety and availability of our snacks and entertainment. I have all 5 snack machines. Except the gumballs. I do not have the gumballs. Maybe that's what was going on. All the critic really wants in their life are gumballs. Just gumballs. And we did not offer the gumballs, and they were very upset about it. They're very, very cross about it. Let's see. Decorations, carpet secured, refreshments. We got holiday snacks over there. And more snacks over there. Entertainment. So we've got that machine up there, we've got this machine over here, we've got the arcade machine, the pool table, and the tanning booth. The tanning booth is an interesting one. I have no idea where it would... Well... Okay, so we put a tanning booth in there, just tucked in some random corner. Just checking if there's anything else we can upgrade. going pretty good. Just working through getting the critic to not rate us crappy. Well, I mean, she's giving us an average rating, and we demand higher than average. Customer service was awful. Tanning was awful. Well, we got the tanning booth. Bathroom was awful. Yeah, so once we get this going, those lower rooms, we're going to have to start decommissioning those and going for the bougier rooms. This dude knows what it's like. It's hot outside, goes in there in his bathing suit and just plunks down in the chair, no shirt on, directly below the AC, being like, look, man, it's freaking hot. I'm taking what relief I could find. So you're 33,000 to get the next one of those big rooms good. Now, the other thing about doing the really big rooms, though, is because I get so much more money out of them, it ends up just being a thing that, you know, it's just way more money. Not much more to add, it's just more money. Bar service is slow. You know what? Perfectionist, introvert, nerd. Perfectionist. Bad temper, shouter.
Oh, sorry.
So what we could do here. Add a second one of these. Business upper crust. Sunbather. So we're making the bar nicer to get more sunbathers to go there. And one of my staff members was upset. Let's also check. So we have the staff room, right? We need the skill training desk. So lockers, staff training desk. Oh, why did you have to be big? Yeah, you left me no room in here. All right, your local guru, have a good one. How are you doing? We're doing good. Just trying to figure some things out. Can I expand over this way? Yep. Okay, so we're gonna move that room around to allow for training, because I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that'll help a lot. Ready to be set on your 41st? Gotcha. Experiencing loud noises. Oh, because I'm doing construction right outside the room. You know what? That sounds like a you problem. And I need to go here. Staff room. And now I could go in here and get our training desk. And it'll even toss in... Oh, you already got employee lockers. Alright. No cursed onions this time, you hope? Or do you? Cursed onions? I'm missing some context here. Oh, was it like a thing for your 40th and all that? 23rd? Yeah, I gotcha. You still have seen last year. You still have nightmares about it. Alright, so we'll get the staff room extended. Weirdly just shoving out the rest of the building towards our neighbor's house. Sorry about that. Have it where more of them can rest. Okay, so this is gonna take a hot minute for them to get this all built. Onion potato ginger. It was a eat onion like an apple moment. I did that on my stream. I did the eat the onion like an apple. People were happy I followed through with it, and I got asked to never do it again. Jalapeno even? Honestly, I feel like the jalapeno would bother me less than the onion. Like, the onion was fine, but it was definitely a whole lot of stuff. And then on top of it, like, people are like, yeah, we looked this up. You really shouldn't do that. Like, it can mess up your gut pretty bad. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. Meet all salary expectations, raise them 1%. Okay. You taking bites out of an onion without issue? The whole onion will wreck your stomach. Yeah, that's basically... I can't remember what it was in onion, but they're like, yeah, there's stuff in onion that'll, it'll, like, really screw up your digestive tract if you're just eating an onion. Like, just flat out eat an onion, nothing else. Lemon with the peel seemed hardcore as well. Yeah, I can see that. Alright, skill training. Okay. So we've got our cook. Enhances dish presentation required to make exquisite version of certain dishes. Thermal vision grants precise heat control required to make exquisite versions. Okay, so all those make exquisite. Increases movement speed by 50%, but movement consumes more energy. Rule by fear. Enforces discipline, pushes nearby staff to move faster 50% for 15 seconds while lowering their mood by 10%. Leadership. Boosts energy, rapid breaks, burnout prevention, endurance degree, uplifting aura. So these two are for making exquisite versions. And congratulations, I now need a second cook. Avant-garde vegan. Plant-based dishes cost no energy to prepare. Loses more energy than normal when preparing meat and seafood. Bad temper. Meat master. Loss in thought. That's about as good as we're gonna get. Yeah, so this room, it's marking it as not very attractive. Even though it did put some, like, really, really nice paintings in there. We're gonna start training up our staff. Okay, and I need 33,000? Yeah, so I need 33,000 to get the other room. Oh, The critic is at the hotel. I missed that she had already shown up. Well, that's going to be bad because we're going to have a completely untrained, brand new cook working, I think. So hopefully the critic orders meat. Because the cook has, like, a buff that can randomly make a meat dish a higher quality. So the good news is the critic did get assigned to the fancy room. So small blessings.
Hi.
You are in a positive mood. All right. You just like lemons? You love eating slices of lemon and lime peel included. However, same as with the onion, a whole one will wreck you. Yeah. It's almost like you're supposed to eat things on a fairly balanced thing. Like, put effort into it. That sounds gross. Alright, so next training person. So you're all trained up.
Ja.
So Alice here is our receptionist. So we have the upseller. Smoothly encourages guests to buy a postcard during checkout. Okay. Service-minded, delivers top-notch customer service, improving guest satisfaction during interactions. Digital ID handler, eliminates the need to copy passports, speeding up the check-in process. Key card certified, switches the key cards, allowing faster check-ins without walking to the key cabinet. We can make the run, we can have the leadership. So these are all like your generic everyone things. All these ones. So we'll get the service-minded, because that helps no matter what. And then we'll have it where they could do the digital ID handler.
What gonna be do?
It's newly arrived restaurants in such a good mood that they're willing to wait 30% longer for a meal. We can have them spend an extra $100. Constantly recommends expensive drinks with meals, causing restaurants guests to spend an additional $100. So these are the three that are specific to that. Adds an extra touch when setting the table, required for brats and upper crusters to give highest score, so we have to give you that. We get a professional greeting and the upseller. And we'll leave it at that for right now.
Abawa. Sawa.
Okay, so we managed to get the critic a 4-star review of the restaurant before the person ran off for training, likely missing, causing some people to walk out on the on things. Oh, and we have hit the point where we can do this. So this window goes. And instead, that window's there. All right, get a 4-star review. Was unhappy due to the lack of luggage service. Well, that's fine. Alright, so we're gonna have our first brat guest. And then once that's done, we will be ready to move on to the next map. And also, this bonus door can go away. That's fine. I'll just let them take their time. We're in no rush. There was also a review, so you can go ahead and pop over here. That's 6 more points. So, luxurious bedding, luxurious toilet, and special amenities. Alright, so upgrade. Upgrade. It's gonna cost us a couple thousand to upgrade each bedroom. But that should pay out really well once we actually have that going. Yeah, so we check on our brat requirements to have a brat show up. I need a room that's at least 15 tiles. Ours are like 24 or something like that. The room value needs to be 21,500. We can check that in a minute. You want me to have a golf simulator and a dance floor and a red carpet simulator. Any of those. So it says we're actually good here, but these are things they'll want for entertainment. Yeah, and your value is way over. Trying to... There you go. So we'll need more entertainment. So what we might actually do here is once that's done, I think I'll make a second floor here and make an entertainment building. Like an entertainment floor. They'll just put all the entertainment stuff in one confined space up here. But that's going to take time. What are his extended objectives, by the way? So finish getting a brat. Have a guest use the golf simulator 10 times. Cause a character to faint due to extreme heat. Research 30 items. Have at least 20 occupied bedrooms at the same time. Yes, these are all going to be extended things that we're not going to worry about. But, the golf simulator would be pretty straightforward. They're just going to need to wait for some people to start checking out, and then we'll be good to go. Okay. And once people check out, we'll very quickly have plenty of money. Okay, so that's 21,000. That is unfortunate. That's just for the space, too. Now, granted, once I make the space, let's move people around a lot. Alright, so, continue to train people up. So we're gonna hire our we're gonna train our wait staff.
Shui,
Okay, recycling expert. Smart recycling earns $5. Every item the person throws the dumpster. Surface awareness. Boost movement speed by up to 50% on clean floors. So mopping master. Cool. Cleans multiple tiles at the same time. Vacuuming specialist.
Coco.
I'm basically just trying to give them all these stuff that just directly benefits their jobs.
Let's see.
Enables a character to automatically restore a completely destroyed item. Ghostbuster grants the ability to capture and eliminate ghosts. Heavy lifter increases movement speed while carrying supply boxes. Electrical engineer. Electrical machines maintained by this person need to be repaired less often. Botanist. Plants right by this person go longer without needing watering. Ah, so we've got more than one. So the technician seems strong. And you'll do that.
Lakota Buka.
Oh, we've got you. So that's the upseller. Cancel that. The service-minded. The digital ID and the key card thing.
Assis?
Alright. And then we got our bartender. So Silver Tongue will make them pay more. Mixologist. Produce higher quality cocktail. Grape drinks will have a higher quality. And foam control. We're going to start with the mixologist and the foam control.
Shoot a boom.
And then we got our person here. I'll have you do the botanist and the heavy lifter.
Ashumanedubu.
So I'm just boosting everyone as best I can with all the training we can.
Duh.
Okay, and you'll do the grape.
Mohili.
Okay, all of our staff are queued up for all the training. And just gonna take time. We should have a brat guest either already here at some point or very soon. I guess what we could do here is upgrade you. You. That way there's more rooms the brat is eligible to stay in. Okay, so all of our main bedrooms are upgraded. I'm just gonna upgrade them all. I think I said F did the same. Alright, so let's take on debt we should not be taking on. Okay.
Hooray! You have completed the main objectives in this scenario. Hats off to you. You can now choose to stay and further improve your hotel, potentially unlocking more rewards, or set off to tackle new challenges elsewhere.
Okay, get your first guest a review from a brat. And it got a popcorn machine. Okay, so let's just double check. So that'd be all those things. So, oh, that wasn't the brat, that was the critic. Well, let's let the critic go through and see if that pushes us over the 20 research to unlock the next thing. And then we'll probably go on to the next one. Because we got our critic staying here now. And we're just waiting for them to finish their stay. Meanwhile, let's go to our thing. So meet their expectations for pay and then give them a 1% raise. Yeah, so it does mention a staff limit. So it does look like the idea is what you'll do to work around the staff limit is you will give your staff all these sorts of trained bonuses and all that ultimately give a whole bunch of benefits, that kind of thing. Okay. The good news, the rate we're making money is excellent. Just one getting trained after the other. Okay. Yep, so the critic should leave the next morning, which will be good. They'll get our review and all that. I don't anticipate getting 5 stars remotely, but that's fine. Yeah, because entertainment's still 3. Like I said, I think I'm going to have to make like an entertainment room over here so that I could get everything in there. But it's also interesting, with the existing hotels, you kind of end up finding yourself wanting to not necessarily keep the design, but like follow a little bit and just adapt it. Versus when you start a map brand new, like it's just an empty lot or whatever. You know, obviously you're starting from scratch, you're going to make what it is. And some of the designs, you know, they're just kind of interesting here. It would be cool if I could make this an outdoor kind of venue. Granted, it's hot, but still. You can make like your outdoor, like, not tiki because it's Greece, but you know, you get the idea. Just an outdoor water facing bar.
Sega.
Unable to find the golf simulator? Ordering a drink. Yeah, so they want the golf simulator. The brats do. Like I said, that's a big thing, so I think we're going to have to put it down here. Move the entertainment over there. But that's going to be easily like 20,000+. Now granted, with everyone starting to check out... Alright. So we can go down here. Three stars. No luggage service, no room service. Okay. Then what was I saying we would get really soon? Oh, the research. That's right. It was the research we were waiting on for the critic, not the critic itself. So best seating, best bathing. And I'll go ahead and add the last thing on the menu. And it was not enough. That's okay. So we'll save that. I'm going to go to our world map. And so the next one is Paris. So I'm going to go ahead and hop. So it's nestled among the cozy cafes. And within walking distance of the Eiffel Tower, you have found the perfect spot for your hotel. Ready to please some gourmands? Oui, oui. I have no idea how you spell. So we had the mostly ethical and all that stuff. It's just like yes, yes, hotel. Just oui, oui, hotel. Someone who is clearly not French.
Bienvenue to Paris, the city of light. You now stand before a sad and partially neglected old property. But with vision and hard work, I assure you it has the potential to become the finest hotel in the city. Time to clear out the old, worn-out remains and bring in new furniture and materials to breathe life back into the building. Along with restoring the worn-out floor, you should focus on attracting business guests to fill your conference rooms and offer relaxing spa sessions to those in need of luxury. And of course, no Parisian success story is complete without impressing the upper crust, the most demanding and sophisticated guests. Let's show this city what you're capable of. Look at that! You now have a bunch of new items available. I'm sure some of them will come in handy very soon. Now I'll leave you with the objectives needed to complete the scenario. Good luck!
Okay. So, we do have 100,000 to start with, which is a lot. Oh, okay. The bottom floor is actually nice. So not quite the blank canvas you were thinking. The bottom floor and middle floor are fine. I don't know. How do you have a building where it's like everything is like immaculate here and here, and then like you are looking at structural damage up here? And how do you get up there, by the way? I have a feeling they want these to be put here. There's a very strong hunch. Restore things, 148 actions needed. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We can start with this. Oh, hey. Get all the junk out of here. Oh, they had no access to this third story. Yeah, they just own the building, and they're like, oh, it's just some weird, it's just some weird way the roof is. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, there's a whole extra floor up there that no one knows about. Oh, okay. Okay. I saw the doors, and I'm like, do you want to talk about the doors that just go out into the abyss? Which I've known a place that, actually, I've known two places that had that. When I worked at Sears, they had like this upper storage area that they didn't use. And it was a thing that one of the doors just kind of opened out into an open space. And so they just kind of like roped it off and they're like, don't go to this door. Forgot about that. Just like in the warehouse or whatever. Just this door that was just totally not safe at all. He doesn't know your name isn't Rural Storge. Oh, the perks of being a non-native. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things that I hear the rural storage plenty. But yeah, no, it's not that. Okay. Weird that they got a couple different styles of rooms here. Oh, I also missed that. Okay, so that's technically restoring the floor. I think that's just dirty. I actually think those need to be replaced. I think the floors are just dirty. Meanwhile, get all that going to speed things up. Okay. So our goals are to restore the neglected floor. We're already on that. Have business guests conduct 10 meetings in the conference room. Have your guests complete 10 spa sessions. And get your first upper crust review. So what I'm probably going to do, which might seem like a mistake, is these I think are going to become more guest rooms. That I'm going to straight up just lift what's down in this floor down here. And then plunk them on up here. Like, no changes or anything, just bring them on up. And then this middle area up here could be like the spa or whatever. Copy. And copy. Okay. Yes, this is gonna take some work. We're gonna get all that set up. Cool. Need more dumpsters. Cleaners are unable to empty bins. Either you have no dumpsters, or all your dumpsters are full. Where are the dumpsters supposed to be? There's a dumpster small here. I see. So I can go here. Bar, gym, maintenance room. Okay, it looks like it doesn't matter. What we're looking for is the dumpsters. There you go. But yeah, so just gonna work in getting this whole space. This here not alone. Also explains why my searches would never turn up anything. Yeah. But I figure we just move these up here. And considering how few rooms we actually have in this place, because then what we'll do is we'll make another set of stairs that go up here. And that could have our conference center, our spa, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, and we're gonna need more of these. Okay, so they don't have to put, you know, path as far. Okay. Let me deliberately delay the next ad a bit longer, so bear with me. We'll have lost audio for just a minute, but that's okay. I'm going to keep getting these two big, giant bedrooms set up. And I'll set up some of those medium-sized ones as well. But only after we start getting this all sorted out. So here's 17,000.
Looks like you're starting to run low on cash.
I
No
don't care.
worries. You can always use your cash credit or grab a loan from the bank. As long as your assets are greater than your debt, you won't get into trouble.
You worry about the structure of the original one-story building we're building multiple hotel floors on top of? I mean, to be fair, this was fine. That already existed, and this already existed, but we are looking at adding another one. It honestly doesn't look like a very bad building structurally. You've got a lot of interior walls, like the dining room is pretty wide open, but we can't see what the ceiling looks like, so it could be that there's these giant trusses going across here to support the whole thing. Not to mention, this middle area could be a very hardened thing with lots of structure to it. So you'd have, like, the middle area has lots of structure, the exterior has lots of structure. And we're lining up with these walls here so that it could all be load-bearing. It doesn't honestly look like a pretty, you know, particularly concerning building. And there's the staff room. So we get too far. Go and plop down a staff desk. We can start training that. Maybe put a public bathroom on that floor too. Probably the top floor. Because all the individual hotel rooms have their own bathrooms. So that one's probably fine to not have a public bathroom. But when we get up to this one, we're going to add the conference center and spa. That one will probably... we should probably put a public bathroom up there. Okay, if we're grabbing the next room, that'll be another 18,000. But I figured that way we'll just have a bunch more guests, and that should massively increase our revenue, which should help us keep things moving in a nice, timely manner and all that kind of good stuff. And it's fine, we'll just keep everything queued up forever. Too many projects, not enough time to get any of them done. Just download the game and waiting to play? Want to see what you're doing? Yeah. So if we instead use this room... So you wouldn't quite fit. You'd be ever so slightly the wrong size by 2 different dimensions. So you wouldn't fit there. It's the same thing there. That's fine. Well, we're just basically shoving in all these stuff we can. Oh, and we can go here to our staff. Meet and raise. Okay, meanwhile, let's go to our staff and start giving everyone their staff training. Oh, you're still waiting on that. That's fine. That's okay. Just the amount of stuff we're hauling up here. Pretty soon they'll be done with the, you know, wallpaper and all that kind of stuff. It'll be down to just the furnishings. Lobster bisque. Serve 10 meals at the restaurant. I never bothered looking at the menu. Dinner menu. So we are going to want to be bringing in business guests. I don't have the ability to do anything with that. Never mind. Okay. So expand the menu, expand the drink menu, because we are going to want a bar, I believe. Do we have a bar? Okay, so we don't have a bar. That could be up here with the guest stuff. So dinner menu. So that makes the upper crust super happy. And I apparently just have everything I need to do that already.
Well done restoring that grimy old floor. To complete your next main objective, you'll need to attract business guests to your hotel and set up a functional conference room.
Okay. So we got a really fancy entrance thing. We have art and decorations. I wish it was easier to find the recently unlocked stuff. Because we just unlocked like a red carpet entrance. And I don't see a search functionality. It doesn't show up under recent. That's the spa, bar, gym, maybe reception, staff, maintenance. You got different reception desks, we got the key cabinet, we got the copying machine. So I'm basically looking, there we go. We got a really fancy thing going on here. Hotel sign. We got 3 stars immediately. We need more than 3 stars, but at least that's done. Oh, I guess the couches are still in the way. I've lost interest in trying to put the fancy entrance. Too much effort. All right. So we're getting our room set up. And then, like I said, we'll make another floor here that's going to have probably a bathroom, a bar, a conference room, and a spa. And then we'll see if I have room for literally anything else after that. And watch the game be like, no, you can't have another floor. Okay. Yeah, we have a lot of staff for the number of guests we have, so I think it's very clear they planned you to expand your number of rooms. The fact that you even have, like, plants in the bathrooms and all that to take care of. Okay, you're unhappy about your pay. You'll definitely need to go and get all the extra training and all that for stuff. Now, this is definitely a game that I could see myself playing off stream, because it also seems like the kind of game that once you stabilize everything, you could sit there and just let the game run, make some changes, let the game run as you're working and getting your hotel up to 5 stars and expanding and doing all your nonsense in it. Alright, the first additional room is there. And with that, we have enough money to turn around and get you set up. We're getting that income sorted out nice and early. Okay. And I'm going to be duplicating the style we have here. So far as, like, where you've got the middle column, and then you have, like, the little donut around it that's, like, your common space. And then we'll just go on, you know, the back areas will be their own thing. Okay. That top floor is going to be expensive, but it's also fine. That's part of the reason we set this up early, is to get our income established first before we start chasing the objectives. That way I'm not constantly being like, oh, I need to do this. I don't have the money. I need to do this. We don't have the money. This should mean once we get a couple of guests through here, we'll be good. Yes, once I get the last, like, 4 pieces of furniture, that room on the left will be done. Yeah, so we got the 2 bathrooms on the bottom, and then the entire, like, upper room over there needs to be done. It's interesting they have a waste bin that also has, like, the safety rail kind of thing over it, so you don't, like, stumble and fall, like, if you're dealing with a wheelchair or walker, or you have mobility issues of any kind. Oh, it's just a towel rack. Never mind. I was like, it's a really weird place for that. It's just a towel rack. They just look the same when there's no towel on it. Okay, so the room on the bottom left is sorted. And with that, we got more money, which means we pop down here. And grab you, and pop up here. So in the next one, I'm assuming what it could do is actually rotate you this way. And you don't quite fit right. I could certainly make that into 2 more rooms back there. I could also put an entertainment room up on the top floor as well. Yeah, I was gonna think either one massive suite or subdivide into 2 smaller suites. That's the kind of thing. I could either make it one that goes the whole length there, or divide it around here, and then you know have like the bathroom like tucked over here kind of thing. I honestly think one massive suite probably makes more sense. So we get rid of this door here. Okay. So I'll have you there. Okay, so we can grab this. Grab you. Oh, we'll have to assign rooms. So bedroom, bathroom, okay, we can grab our top assignments. Actually, you should not be there. You should be over here. They're kind of facing out. Just giving this one like everything we can. Okay, what else do we want to put in there? Alright, so we got all that. Meanwhile, I want to go over here and grab the floor. You can definitely see, like, boozing it up as well. They got the bathtub. It'll give you both a bathtub and a shower. And a mirror and all that. There's a big old painting. Bunch of random rugs to make it nice. Is there anything else we need in there? Plant. We've got the random weird statue. But another one in there as well. Okay. And while that's being worked on, we'll want to go over here and duplicate the stairs. And this is where I expect things to get horrifically expensive. Yeah, it's 44,000. So that's gonna take a minute. It's 44,000 for one side, to be clear. So I'll work on that. In the meantime, okay, we can start working on this up here. All right. Cool. So that's gonna just take some work to get all that set up. They're gonna have to get all that stuff. We got our downstairs suites. It looks like we need more staff members. Let's also check. Did you ever get that desk there? Okay, so slow down time. Train. Service-minded.
Karma Porta.
Service-minded.
A bloop?
Professional greeting. Professional greeting.
Shooey.
Vacuum and mopping specialist.
Shawarma.
Technician.
Shawarma.
Thermal vision.
Sever.
Coco.
Just queuing up as much as we possibly can. Make the employees more effective at their jobs. I still will bring in another cleaner. So just an extrovert is about as good as we're gonna get.
Ashumanadubu.
And we'll have you pick up training on this. Yep, and we are just meeting the existing aesthetic as best we can. But we're going to need to put the conference room and the spa up here. And the bar. And probably an extra bathroom. And likely an entertainment room. Okay. And he could have hired a much bigger crew and it would get done faster. I've been sticking with 2 because I don't like dismissing them. So just having them here to slowly work, I much prefer. And it also, like, if we look at the fact with our money, the money, I'm basically keeping a balance on it. So by just having them running around just working, it kind of strikes a nice little balance where we're always getting something done versus saving up a bunch of money and then bringing in a giant crew and knocking it out and then putting the crew back away. That said, the big crew is, I think, only 6 people. Which is still a marked improvement over what we got, but still. We finished the last bit there. You're doing all your training. Let's make sure all our staff are paid appropriately. But with that said, chat, is I cannot delay the ad anymore. And I do need to be calling it a night. I have been staying up entirely too much lately. So we're going to be wrapping up here. But I've had a lot of fun with this, so I think what we're going to go ahead and do is we will plan to play this again next stream. Because I'm having a good time, we can see like how far this goes and all that stuff. So I do hope you enjoyed it. If you have enjoyed the content here and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop that follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. With all that said, thank you so much for tuning in. If you're watching over on YouTube, what's going to end up happening is the stream's going to end abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready for there. But don't forget to like and subscribe over on the YouTube side. But thank you for tuning in. And for everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop a raid.